Corporation and the Sentry Box. I'm Calvin Wong. I'll be the host for today, and today one of our players from yesterday, Clay, is joining me.
Obviously, my day didn't go very well yesterday, but I still had a winning record, and it was a lot of fun. So,
What were you overall? 12?
I was 15th, so I'm happy with that. 4-2, I can't complain, and lots of good games against a fair amount of the players around. So that was a fun day.
It looked like it was a nice, diverse day.
And oh yeah, I didn't face one list that I expected to face all day long, so I was quite unprepared for a lot of the lists I ran into, so it was a good mind experiment.
Yep, as noted, although everyone was fearing the defenders, we only had one triple defender list and only one Commonwealth defenders list and 51 people.
Yes, and I practiced it against the Commonwealth defenders quite a bit, so
There you go. And no one brought quad TLT.
yes.
I would have, but, well, Chris wanted to play, so...
I thought there would be at least one person who would borrow your quad TLT to give it a shot, but apparently nobody was.
He did. Like, Chris almost did it, but then he wanted to fly the thing that he, Paul Heber, Duncan Howard, and several other people on the internet have independently come up with. Or so they claim. Yeah. As it happens, that one Commonwealth Defenders list did make the cut and is on the table for the first round because he is facing the one M3A player who also made the cut. Also the only M3A player. Come on, guys. Our M3As. Awesome.
Quarterfinal starts now. You have 75 minutes.
The time is starting, so here we go. We're going to just jump right into it.
Yeah, I remember sitting down beside Paul in round one and looking over and seeing the M3As going, what in the hell?
I knew he was up to something.
And here they are. So they've proven to be effective for him today, or yesterday, I guess. We'll see how effective they are today.
I think quad TLTs are like 5 Imperial Knights and Warhammer 40k. They are a thing. They are not the best thing, but you better be ready to deal with them because if you aren't, you will randomly run into one in the tournament and it's going to crush you. And it's something that you should be keeping in mind. Just because it doesn't show up doesn't mean it's not there.
I personally
Just because you don't face it.
personally don't like playing against them because what's the quote here? Suck life out of the game. But on the flip side to that, I always do enjoy playing Calvin when he's running his quad TLTs because if you ever go to another big event, there's high chances of running into them. You don't want to play against somebody who's not very good with them and get it in your head you can beat them easily and then run into someone of Calvin's caliber of running them and go, oh shit, that's how they're really supposed to be flown. So
How kind of you.
yes.
To say. Alright, so the defenders heading straight towards the M3As, which have decided to nope right out of there because nothing wants to joust defenders. Certainly not M3As. So what do you think of this matchup?
It's interesting, and I think both players are going to have to be a bit cagey. I'm sure that Paul has methods for dealing with this list because, like we said before, everybody was expecting to see lots of this list, so it's not a surprise to anybody. And I think Aaron is going to just have to be careful because this is not a meta list, so it's not something you prepare for.
I beat him yesterday.
He did, he beat me yesterday.
Okay, I've been corrected. He beat Paul yesterday, so he is fine.
Okay, well then, that will be interesting, potentially.
Is that a Babe Ruth pointing the bat at outfield there, Aaron? Are you calling the win already?
This depends how much Paul learned. Will he learn from it and history not repeat itself?
Well, so far the openings are almost identical. I went slower, and she did one this last time.
Well, I did not realize these two played each other yesterday, so it should be interesting.
We've actually got 2 rematches. Bill and Chris, other Bill, not the gentleman Bill who is a frequent guest in our street, but another Bill faced Chris, and that went Chris's way last time. So they have a rematch as well.
I think that always makes for an interesting game to find out which player adjusted better the next day.
Yesterday, Chris won that matchup, and Aaron won this one. Yeah. Yes, so last time the Commonwealth defenders came out on top. Let's see how much the Manglers learned. Well, he's not just running in there, so I suspect he learned something. Because of the defenders being such aggressive and efficient, straightforward fighters, I really wouldn't want to go head-to-head with it either, so... It's all about trying to pick an angle where it's awkward for them to K-turn, I feel.
Yes. Awkward or impossible.
Yeah, lead them into a spot where if they go 4 forward, they land on a rock.
I mean, Ryad can usually pull it off if she wants.
Yeah.
But Vessery's pretty predictable in what he's going to do.
Yeah, especially since both are X7. They're very rarely going to do the 1 or 2 speed maneuvers, just because there's not much reason for them to.
No, I don't think they mind breaking off and coming back because they're just so efficient.
Indeed. Honestly, I do feel like that's actually one of the subtleties to the defenders. Sometimes you just need to realize that you just need to run past them, break off, and K-turn next turn. And I feel like that patience is actually one of the most lacking things in X-Wing players. The realization that sometimes you don't want combat this round. Sometimes you just have to break off, accept a long-range shot, and
regroup,
set up next turn.
Come back in a better position.
Yeah.
I would believe that I'm very guilty of not having the patience to do that. So
Yep, that's an error. Yep, that's just a typographic error. For some reason I put in the shuttle and then forgot Alp. I'm like, Omicron group is 21. Everybody knows that.
We have decided to subtly handicap Aaron's list today and make
Remove
Alp
Alp.
illegal for the top 8 without telling him.
We decided we'd let him know as soon as he went to use it.
With all the rumors swirling of possibly nerfing Palp somehow, we decided to preemptively do it and just make him epic only today.
Yep. Right, so Paul is continuing to opt to pick his angles. This kind of interestingly puts that debris right there, so it's going to be a little hard for him to bank in, but he's expecting that, and I think that signals to me he's expecting the defenders to engage in that middle area in between where they currently are, which is reasonable. Like, this will allow him to bank in on the side on the defenders and force the defenders to either split to face Dengar or go after the M3As. And the M3As have the potential to weather a little more firepower. Yeah, because the defenders are X7s, they're not throwing out a ton of dice, so it could be worse. But they will go first. So.
Like we talked about earlier before we started was if you leave the spacers alone, they'll chew you up.
Yep.
You know, reasonable
Generate
pace.
crits.
But if you go for them and you leave Dengar, then that can be tough to deal with later on too, so it's an interesting choice.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like that's actually the most common form of efficient X-Wing list. It's just, here are 3 bad choices, or 4 bad choices. It doesn't matter which you focus on, the other ship is very obnoxious to deal with as well. Like, you just take multiple efficient ships that are individually not something you really want to leave on the board. Like, you don't really have... And because there is no obvious target, it's possible to set things up to make your opponent pick wrong. Because when you have a linchpin list where there is one obvious ship that makes everything work, then killing that ship is an obvious priority target. It's a little harder to make people chase it into a bad position.
I think we're going to be coming into our initial engagement.
Yep, well, the defenders are running right in there. And I think that's correct simply because, well, Manglers give the M3As the advantage at range. At range 1, the defenders are at the advantage because the M3As will have the same effectiveness no matter where they are at range. But the defenders become increasingly more dangerous up close
Yep.
in this particular matchup.
No.
Vessery's opted to only go 3, so I guess he didn't want Dengar to be able to come in on the side too easily.
Which one has he got for Vessery? The red one or the
Yep.
blue one? Okay.
Vessery's red. I've noted it on the list.
All right. Perfect.
Because Aaron enjoys pissing off fluff people.
Yeah, I just assumed that
Riyad's
the red
supposed to be
one
red.
was Riyadh, so
And you would be wrong!
Aaron and his mind games.
It's an especially subtle mind game
It
because
is,
a lot of people
it's-
don't think that way.
Yeah.
Like, they just sort of subtly assume Countess is red. I make Countess purple because I have a repaint. Here's the first shot. Dengar firing on Riyadh. All right, long range shot. Ooh, the plasmas. Ouch.
Oh, that's
No, don't try. Just roll on the table somewhere and we're good. All right, plasma torpedo does nothing. Doesn't even pull a token.
that is not a favorable plasma torpedo shot in the slightest.
Yep. All right, and now, no, cartel spacer number 1.
I'll spend it.
So 1 damage to.
Cartel spacer number 1, that'll knock his shield off. He's down to 3 hull. Hooray for that buff. It makes them not almost less terrible. Ouch. Riyadh chokes and goes for the target lock. Ouch, that target lock, although I don't like spending target locks on all the dice, that one worked. That one's gonna hurt and sting. And the title saves his life. It's only his thrust control. He's only stressed. He's at down to 1 hull. That 1 extra hull from the title.
Yes. Thank you, FFG, for making them somewhat survivable.
Yep. Yep. Ouch.
No,
A very substandard round of shooting
those
for
are
Paul.
not the results that Dengar and the cartels wanted to see.
They didn't even get Riyadh's evade token.
No.
Admittedly, one more damage would not have done a lot, but they didn't even get the evade token. It is... Now, Vessery's in an interesting position. It's possible that Paul could block the K out of... It is possible that Paul could block the K out of Vessery, but... not so much for Countess. Now, the Omicron group didn't participate in that round.
So it's got an interesting set of choices to come in, and Paul does have an interesting set of choices as well. Because the shuttle should be in position to pick on next turn. What does he do? Does he go after the shuttle now because he didn't do anything to the defenders? Or does he keep trying to pressure the defenders?
I don't know, because if you go for the shuttle now, you're going to leave 2 defenders coming behind you. It's a tough call.
It is a tough call.
And
Fortunately, this position, the defenders are almost guaranteed to K-turn.
yeah,
But if you K-turn with the spacers, then the shuttle is now chasing them, and you never really want to let the shuttle have so many free shots.
well, he could only K with one of them as well, so
Oh, that's true. That's true. That forces him to. That thrust control that thrust control fire crit was actually quite relevant in the position.
it could be the type of situation where you move the spacers up to take pot shots at Palp, and Dengar just does his best to chew away like he does.
Yep. Looks like Paul's opting to, bank in and roll. It's like that is an attempt to block. Okay.
It could be 2 attempts here if he correctly predicts what Countess does.
Unfortunately, Countess has such a range, it's hard to, because you'd have to roll aggressively, and she doesn't have to flip. If she did something short, you end up posed. This could either be very good or very bad for Paul. We're about to find out.
Oh, aggressive out of
Yeah.
the shuttle. Shuttle is coming up to join in the action.
Yep. I think that's correct because the M3As were very conservative. Like, if the M3As had been more aggressive, maybe it might have been a slower maneuver, might have been better. But with that debris cloud there, like,
And I think too with
Why risk
the lists that are out now, bringing Palp in is a better way to play the Palp ship. And it used to be common practice to just let Palp float off in space, but I think with the lists now, you've got to get them active, get a few shots with them.
yeah. This is exactly what I was saying was a potential risk for going to block the long turn. I'm just going to turn off the lists there, so that that part of the board's a little more visible. And as you can see, Countess did elect K.
And that is a
And
block.
that is a block on that one. Like, if Aaron had not elected to K, he would have been in an excellent position to shoot number 2 down. But he looks like he's set up to kill. He opted to want to be able to kill number 1. Yep. That puts Dengar into a block as well. Unfortunately, he hits Vessery. I'm actually going to see if I can move the lists down.
So we've got a range 1 from Dengar.
Yep.
4 hits.
There's a good one.
And we had to Palpatine and spend a evade token to keep the hits off. You're taking one? Okay, he's taking one. Saving Palpatine.
Okay. Palpatine is being held, and Riyadh took. That was Riyadh, right? That took it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Now, does he Palpatine? So he's Palp to hit crit.
Hit crit. So, ouch! A juke. 2 crits. Ouch!
Oh no.
Scratch a psych. That will put Aaron on the board. Down goes the other Sikh.
Both Sikhs are gone.
And Aaron jumps out to a very quick lead. The direct on one of the spacers. Well, honestly, he was in an awful time. He was in an awful position anyways, but not having to spend a second attack to remove him is also very helpful.
Yeah.
Like, it's a knock-on effect. That's one more attack in there. Is oh well, those are the
No, I don't believe there was any dash
no,
in the
no,
top.
no. There's only one rebel list in the top,
It's
and
Ray
and
Falcon
Sabine
and Sabine
in the attack
shuttle, which I did not think I would see an attack shuttle in the top today that wasn't docked in a Ghost. So
I didn't think I'd see a ghost,
yeah,
but I didn't. So
but
yeah, an attack shuttle on its own is an interesting choice. Like, we've largely forgotten about it as a ship, I feel like.
I played one for the first time a few weeks ago, and that was just for fun. So
I think I used it once and kind of forgot about it. We will likely make an effort to put that on stream if it makes it, because it's, at this point, it's one of the few lists we haven't put on stream. He will draw either, that player will draw either Chris or Bill Crittenden if he makes it, and defeats Jean-Luc Leroux, Paul's son.
that list is Ray with VI, engine upgrade, Finn, Kanan, and loop title. And the Sabine shuttle is a Predator, TLT, hull upgrade, and Chewbacca. So it's actually a rather beefy attack shuttle. So
Yeah, it's quite loaded out. It's got Chewbacca.
and it's got the ability to move
Yeah.
pre-positioning moves. So it's kind of interesting.
I was sort of hoping to follow Paul's path to glory with M3As, but unfortunately, not looking so good. Well, that's a good score. Can you do it? Can you get out? Yes, he can. Looks like. All right, he'll lose Palpatine, and Riyadh will take another point, dropping to 1 shield. Vessery from behind. Play we didn't comment on before, but was quite noteworthy, is the Omicron group managed to pick up a target lock on Dengar while Vessery was fighting the M3As, allowing him to set up for this and have that target lock on Dengar for Vessery now,
Which is
without having to take
another
it now.
good application of bringing Palp into the fight, at least close enough to snag that target lock.
Yeah, to support Vessery.
In the event you've got to do other things with Ryad.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, you didn't spell any paintball.
Aaron just realized that Paul deliberately held on to Painbot, hoping to kill Riyadh most likely. I was debating, does he even let the attack from Riyadh go off?
No shot with Ryad.
This is why I like Dengar. It makes opponents have interesting choices, because in this one, electing to not shoot has a very interesting effect, because he did hold R5PA.
Would I rather be on Ryan or the shuttle?
At this point, MOV no longer matters. It's all about the win. So
Yeah. Okay, we're taking Ryad.
yeah, he's going to take Riyadh's shot after all. Ouch! One of those goes to Hull. I forgot to record.
We have Paul doing the revenge hit for
Yep.
4 hits and
Ooh.
2 evade results.
Aaron held the evade defensively, and it pays off.
Painbot is a miss.
Yep. Riad's taking some damage, but Dengar is taking a heck of a lot more. He's down to 4 hull, and the shuttle is still to fire. And next round, he's taking 3 dice. There's a good chance of him taking 2 to 3 dice shots again.
See, in my mind is if you get a shot at Dengar,
A blank out.
you take the shot.
What was the crit? Ouch! That is an unfortunate crit too. Blinded pilot. Damage output crashes for Dengar. The next time he shoots, he's not doing anything, so he'll only have his revenge shot next round. If that.
I think he's in a good position to set it up. But
Not currently stressed.
does cut his attack by half, so
Yeah, Aaron has rapidly jumped into an almost insurmountable lead here.
I think taking the shot with Ryan was the right call when you've still got
Yeah, when
all
you
of
go-
your list.
Yeah, when the shuttle and Vessery are at full health, I would have taken the
Yeah.
shot as well.
You just take it. Even if you lose her, you've still got 2 full health ships to deal with.
2 beefy full health ships that Dengar
And-
isn't capable of one-shotting.
And
Right.
help to back you up. So
Yeah. I don't, it's not possible for Dengar to one-shot a defender, so. And even killing it in 2 shots is quite unlikely.
I have seen
Yes, well, this is what defenders do, and this is why they're good. This is why the only Commonwealth defender list here, well, it's in the top 4, or the top 8, and it looks like it's going to be in the top 4.
I have seen a game in regionals in the eliminations where it came down to a shot on Dengar, and the ship left Dengar with 1 hit left. He did his revenge shot, left 1 hit on the attacker, and then had to make the tough choice of doing the revenge shot and possibly killing the 2 of them on the last round. And he actually decided to do it, lucked out, and got the hit result and killed. So that painbot can cause some interesting
Interactions, yeah.
choices.
Definitely. Painbot is fun. Now, what did he do? Yeah.
Did he block it?
Looks like he blocked it by millimeters. Like a millimeter or less than.
And that is not what Paul needed.
Ouch. Ouch.
Oh yeah, now I really get it.
There's some evades.
3, that will do it. I'm going to painbot just on principle.
Painbot from Spite. Painbot from Spite does 1 point of damage.
I would say 90% does.
That, unfortunately, was very, very swift. Yikes.
I think it was a couple of moves that didn't go Paul's way by a couple of millimeters that
Yeah.
hastened that game up. The block on Ryad that he attempted was very close, and if it had paid off, might have been a little bit different. And then that last sloop
Yeah.
was a few millimeters, and I mean by
That was-
then
it
by
was
then he was
half a
in top.
millimeter, apparently.
Yeah.
Gold something. So they wouldn't just
Nothing from the Sikhs really
Yeah.
gutted the list
Yeah,
in
they-
this game.
They just fell apart. Like, the list just fell apart on the dice early. Like, he made, I feel like when Paul tried to block Riyadh's K-turn, that is a correct decision because you don't know how fast she's going. But if it doesn't, and it is essentially a coin flip. Do you
Yes.
block an attempt at a 3, or do you block an attempt at a 4 or a 5? And if you choose wrong, and you cannot know which they would do, because it's very difficult to guess, because all are potentially good choices.
It's a guess. And that's
It
all
is it is very nearly just a coin flip.
That's the type of situation where, in all honesty, I just leave it up to a die. I roll a die, and that's what I think the guy's doing, because it's about as much information as you trying to work it out in your head what the other guy's doing. So that is the strength that I had.
It is unfortunate, but sometimes things just go that way. Looks like history did repeat itself, largely because the dice made it start bad, and millimeters made it go worse. So Aaron has demonstrated how to beat this list that nobody else has solved. Bring defenders and roll really well. Seems like a good plan, right? Yeah. I said and roll really well. All right. Would either of you like to join us for an interview on the desk? Would either of you like to join us for an interview on the desk?
Well,
right.
I can let Aaron in, and I'll step out to take a look at what the other
All right, and you can
games
give us a
are
report
looking
when you
like.
come back.
Nothing's over yet, so
45 minutes remaining. 45 minutes remaining now, yes. Well, you have to take a little credit. I mean, you took advantage of your luck. You approached it correctly and made the luck matter. Like, you never gave him a chance to recover from it.
Yeah, like I said, we had almost the exact same opening in our game during Swiss, but I was a lot more aggressive, so I'm surprised. We still engaged at almost the exact same spot, but rather than doing a 5 straight at the beginning, I did a 2 straight, and
I
still
see.
somehow we ended up the exact same spot engagement.
Yes.
So
Interesting.
in that first game, his Dengar went wide around went wide and went straight for the shuttle when
I
the
see.
shuttle was going along the edge of the board. And so as soon as he wasn't doing that, I knew he's going after the defender. So if I kill the seats and don't take too much damage in the meantime, I'm fine. So
That's reasonable, yeah.
figured pushing the shuttle up as fast as possible and just trying to jam things up with it and get. I think I got 1 shot off with it.
Yeah, but you took chunks out of Dengar with it, so.
Yeah, and those attack dice and his lack of defense dice were really good. That definitely helped. When I first saw his list, I thought he had me just because of the damage output that Dengar can do.
Yeah, it's quite high.
I think him separating the Sikhs with or separating the Sikhs from Dengar at the beginning is a mistake. Just because,
Interesting.
like, I would say almost bring Dengar in first and then have the Sikhs follow up behind. Because then you can, if you're fighting defenders, the defenders K-turn, the Sikhs are behind the defenders, and then Dengar can still sloop.
Yeah.
Whereas if he's bringing Dengar in behind, then the defenders basically, if I get the right angle, if we go at it like at a 90-degree angle, I can K-turn, and then he basically has no way to stop me for it. So I didn't like his approach for either game, but I still think it's
you think it was
a
contributory?
pretty solid
Fair
list.
enough. Yeah.
It's just the
Well,
Sikhs die.
As
so
noted,
fast.
he did only lose to you.
Yeah.
So he did quite well.
Yeah.
So
I'm not sure what else he ran up against yesterday, but
And he had a reasonable strength of schedule, so he ran into some of the mid-range players for sure.
Yeah, and he played his son, who was ranked second. I don't know who else he played, but yeah, like you said, I was the only Commonwealth defenders list, which I was also surprised about.
Yeah, Calgary doesn't seem to like meta lists very much, which
Yeah.
is one reason why when I bring the absolute straight meta list like quad TLTs or
Yeah.
U-boats,
People
it
fall
works.
Yeah, Calgary, I would say, is really, there's a lot of counter meta to it, and then you will have kind of less experienced people that do net lists. I did this one because I couldn't think of it, or because I didn't have time to practice anything else, and I felt appropriately scummy for doing so.
Hey, meta works.
It works. It works
So,
for a good reason.
yeah.
If I didn't do this, it still probably would have been triple defenders, just not Palpatine. Probably would have swapped out for a Delta Squadron or something. I was thinking about taking Swarm Leader on Vessery, but again, I didn't have time to experiment with anything, so I went with what I know works.
Fair enough. Well, what was well, the list that you flew like a week ago?
Oh,
It
at
also did
Myth,
well,
It
yeah.
was Oiken with Vader crew.
Yeah.
Countdown, I think just with adaptability.
Yeah.
No, Countdown doesn't have an EPT. It was just adaptive ailerons.
Yeah, and you had
And then Ryad with
this. Yeah.
Then Ryad, but no twin ion engine, which I really missed.
Fair enough.
And that did surprisingly well. I beat your quad TLT list,
did.
which I thought was an auto lose, and that's the first time I've ever beaten that list.
It was a close one, though.
Yeah, I got. Overall, I would say I got lucky with it, but still better than I've done with every other time I fought that list with you. Yeah, it did surprisingly well. It beat Patrick's list that he was thinking, where basically he had Vessery, Omega Leader, and then Palpatine Shuttle with Sensor Jammer.
Yeah.
And I crushed that one. So
Yeah.
a lot of people said I should probably take that list, but
Yeah. Well, you made it work, so.
yeah, and
but-
but I just know that this is objectively better. And
Yeah.
again, I didn't have enough time to practice anything.
Yeah.
If I could get maybe a week or two of practice in with it, I would say it definitely has some legs, but
Yeah, but well, this worked, and you've flown something like it before
Yeah.
at least, and learned. And you'd already demonstrated you'd learned how to fly defenders pretty well. So
yeah,
there you go.
Defenders were my favorite ship before the fix, and I didn't fly them so much after, but
For me, it was the
they're so
Interceptor, but the Defender is a close second.
Yeah, yeah. I used to fly a Vessery with Mangler cannon, and then Vader, and then Palpatine Shuttle, and that actually worked pretty well, surprisingly, despite not having any defensive capability whatsoever.
I honestly think the core of two reasonably agile, reasonably punchy ships plus the shuttle is just always going to be
Yeah.
fairly strong as long as there is an efficient choice for the aces. So
Yes.
Imperial aces are never really going to go away as long as you've got an efficient choice for them.
I'm surprised, but also not surprised that we didn't really see much Fel today. I thought there'd be more Karn or Jax, to be honest.
Yeah, well, there's a lot more like token disruption going around, like
Yeah.
hotshot co-pilots and
I didn't see
old
any, I
Terok.
didn't see any Hotshot or Terok yesterday either.
There's a couple running around. We even had an old Terok on the stream.
Did they make it? Do you know how they placed?
Not well.
Okay, so
But as you noted earlier, Calgary is very fond of attempting to counter the meta.
Which, if everybody does that,
Then sometimes this happens.
yeah.
You get some really crazy stuff running around, but
I know.
the meta lists are so powerful that they don't actually counter them correctly, and they still float to the top.
Yeah, like the only Rebel list I would have considered taking would have been something with Wes, just so I knew it could strip tokens.
Yep.
But Wes also just dies to everything.
Yeah.
So,
And there is that
there's some
downside.
ways to go counter meta and do it well, and then there are
Ways
some
that
ways
don't
that
work so well,
you
yeah.
can do counter meta and do great in some matchups, and then just fall apart.
Well,
which
last
I probably would have.
yeah.
if I took
Well,
Wes.
last year at the store championship here at Sentry Box,
Yeah.
Bill took
Yeah.
skill 10
Just
triple
because-
rebel aces,
because
and
new
he had
combos would
Wes.
be everywhere.
And he had Wes to strip focuses.
Yeah.
And it worked out really, really well for him until the top four.
And then he fought you with TLTs.
Yes, and the TLTs
Which-
murdered him.
I think he was running Poe, Wes, and
Psalm, Horton Psalm, the Y-Wing.
Horton for the Y-Wing. And
He was
all of them
set
were
up
pilot skill
to
10,
he was
so-
set up to disrupt and beat out the ace builds, and
Which-
especially Poe,
which he did.
which he did fantastically, and it worked really, really well.
Mm-hmm.
And then he ran into the simple meta list and got torn apart by TLTs.
Yeah. So that's
He lost Wes in the first pass.
always a big risk with that. I would say like Chris's he specifically built an anti-defenders list.
Yep.
And I'm not sure how it
But only
holds
bu-
up against things that aren't defenders, but
Well, it did well enough for him to get to 5-1, and there are a lot of non-defenders running around.
And
I believe,
his only loss was Patrick as well, which were defenders surprisingly.
yeah, we have multiple multi-defender lists,
Mm-hmm.
and I think we have less than a dozen defenders in the entire event.
Yeah. But yeah, like if anyone did take quad TLTs, then I'd be very worried for Chris. But
No one did.
no one did, and we knew you weren't playing, so we didn't expect anyone to.
Yeah,
So
that is a fair
I think
point.
he felt safe.
Once it got out that I wasn't playing, well, everyone no longer had to worry about him.
I still think Paratoni, if somebody took it and were also good at the game, would have won the regionals, but surprisingly nobody had it.
Again, that's just Calgary's aversion to the meta.
Yeah. It just like it has. I would say the action economy of defenders with X7.
Fair enough. Yeah.
But I would almost say more damage output just because of Fen.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Again, I've never actually played against it, never seen it played, only read the list and assumed it's great.
Well, I don't believe it's actually put up that many results. And it's really all about that, results.
Yeah.
Like the quad TLTs, like I said, right now it's a spoiler list. You'll see it make the cut in regionals, but you don't see it win.
I think almost every single regionals that I looked at, there was one TLT list that made it into the
Yeah.
top. Always
make the
one,
cut.
but then it's top 8 and they're done.
Yeah. Then they run someone who actually handles them correctly and they lose. Like quad TLTs are very much a strong steel clubber list.
Yeah.
And I say this having played it for quite a while.
Having clubbed a lot of seals.
Like a strong player will be able to challenge it, but but a couple of mistakes from the opponent can, or a slightly inefficient list,
Yeah.
or both in conjunction, will cause the game to spiral out of control very, very quickly, and they will lose 100-0
Yeah. If
or 125.
with TLTs, if you don't kill something right away, or if you don't mitigate their shots right away, or if they take one of your ships off the board quickly,
Or if
then
you just
it's
handle the
done.
approach wrong.
Yeah.
Like if you handle the approach wrong and they happily blow past you on 3s and you're stuck K-turning into an awkward position,
Yeah.
and you engage them at range 3 on that turn,
Yeah,
then they mulch you.
Yeah.
Like it is a list that can be handled, but newer players don't do it well.
Yeah, I think that's why actually I did better with Oiken than I've done with like Fell or any like aces against you.
Yeah.
Because with Oiken I knew I didn't have to turn around. I could just slow roll, try and block you, and make you go into awkward spaces
Yep.
to try and fight you up close, which apparently worked out.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's the approach, and I would say almost entirely the approach. Quite a bit of the list as well. If you have auto thrusters and you can weather that storm, then great.
And if it comes down to one X7 against one TLT, then it's in the defender's favor.
Yeah. But we also don't see much of Fell or Inquisitor anymore, so...
Yeah, well, the Inquisitor doesn't have the firepower because 3 dice just isn't enough these days.
No, I mean because of auto thrusters.
Yeah,
Just
but I mean Inquisitor doesn't have
yeah.
the firepower, so that's why we don't see him.
I've still never
again,
liked the Inquisitor. I maintain
Fell-
it's not a good ship, in my opinion.
it's reasonable actually. Like
It has potential, but it's not good.
Yeah, his ability is an interesting gimmick,
Yeah.
but it's actually not that strong against a number of ships.
If Brobots, well, when it first came out, Brobots were still quite big in the meta,
Yeah.
and so countering auto thrusters is always nice, and Poe's
That's
auto
true.
thrusters as well. But
Yeah.
now that those things are kind of out, I would say his gimmick it's not worth it.
Yeah, we have evolved into more of a burst damage, token disruption meta.
Yeah.
We've got a lot more
Not a
Zuckus
pilot-
running around these days.
Not a pilot skill and auto thruster meta, or
Yeah.
dodging.
Yeah,
Damage.
especially in Calgary.
Do you know how many rays we had yesterday? 'Cause
Several, but not
play,
exactly.
Someone else was running a double Falcon list that had that had a ray.
A good number of the Rebel lists were running Ray.
Because I'm kind of surprised nobody made it to top 8 with Ray.
One did.
Oh, one did?
Yep.
Oh.
Ray and Sabine.
Well, then never mind. Oh, yes, that list.
Yes. The one Rebel list is Ray and Sabine. So that is the only list we've got there.
Yeah, and he's playing
For Rebels.
Jean-Luc.
Yep. Jean-Luc, who we did see on the stream in the final game yesterday, beating out Ian by just barely not enough to eliminate Ian from the cut.
And it looks like the Falcon's off the board, so
Oh, that's not a
Jean-Luc
good
seems
start.
to be winning that.
Yeah, it'll depend on the health of everything else, but
Yeah.
hard to say.
I have no idea how Patrick and Ian are doing. You said I play the winner, right?
Yep, Patrick and Ian is our matchup because it is a bracket.
Yeah. And then I think Chris won his game. There seems to be texting. Oh no, ships are still on the board.
Yep.
I don't know. It's hard to tell from here.
Yeah, I'm sure Clay will come back and give us a report in a minute.
How's it going over there?
Chris lost.
Okay.
Come over and report to the stream so you can.
What's that?
You can come over and report to the stream so the viewers can also know what's going on.
We won't just relay everything.
Yeah. All right. So how's that going? Clay and Bill, or sorry, Chris and Bill.
Chris and Bill is over. Chris lost. Little Bosk on Bosk action, and I think Chris's Bosk took the worst of it.
Because Chris's boss had concussion, the other boss had cluster misses, right?
I thought Chris's had homing.
Homing, sorry, not concussion.
I believe the other was a fearlessness version.
Yeah, I would definitely say fearlessness cluster missiles. If you can get that range one shot off, that
The game between John Luke and Thomas. Jesus.
I'm sorry.
I'm terrible with names. Anyways, I'll look it up, but in the meantime, it's looking interesting. It was tough to tell who's ahead.
Ray's off the table, right? Oh, no.
No, Ray's still on the table. It was whatever his PS4 tie was.
Wampa.
Wampa is off the table.
Understandable.
Sabine, I think, is on one hull if she's still on the table.
Is that with Chewy Pops?
That's, I believe, with Chewy Pop, because when I looked, there was one damage card and a shield token on Sabine, so I'm pretty sure that was popped. They're both flying really well, from what I noticed.
Yeah.
And Patrick and Ian had their first exchange about 5 minutes ago, which is, yes, 45 minutes into the round.
Yep.
Patrick drew a bit of first blood,
Yeah.
and it's really going slow over there. So,
All right.
yeah. But yeah, that's how it's sitting so far.
Maybe we should bring Chris over for a chat since he's done.
Sure. Pop off.
All right. Well, let's see if Chris wishes to discuss his ignominious defeat.
He's got a sad face on right now.
Probably not. Well, maybe find his opponent, bring him over, find
Or if
Bill.
you get Paul on too.
Yeah, I don't think Paul wanted to come on, so we'll respect that.
All right.
Well, there's an interesting day.
Yeah. I'm gonna go check out the games.
All right. Well, congrats, Aaron, and good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Well. All right. Well, so you guys saw Ian's list yesterday. Patrick is flying something quite similar to Aaron, since he's got 2 defenders and Omega leader. And I assume you guys don't really want to see that, and you'd rather see the Rebel list if we can pull this out.
What was the score in that game?
100-0.
Didn't even get half points on the shot.
Now, fortunately, we picked, I thought Paul's list would do quite well, but, well, here we are. All right, so we've got, it does look like Jean-Luc's doing not too bad, so. All right, well, here's Chris.
Mic's on.
That one is on, yeah. Condolences.
It's fine.
Did you get the
Didn't play that well. Made a couple of costly mistakes just in dial position for Ventress, and yeah. That mirror match is always going to be quick because we both do a truck ton of damage.
And have no defense, yeah.
Yeah, so
Well, it wasn't a strict mirror, was it? He had Ketsu and he went for the Fearlessness Cluster Bosk as opposed to the
Yeah.
Homing Bosk?
yeah, so I got him to isolate Ketsu ahead of Boss, but then his shots on me, I didn't evade anything. My shots on him didn't. Like, I took a couple shields off. Then when we got the boss in, it just didn't match up. So he got the almost perfect cluster shots off. I think it was
8 damage out of it.
Like, it can be 9 or 10 depending on how he rolls fall. I think he got 8 or 9.
I think 10 is the absolute perfect.
Without crits into it.
With the crits in there to convert.
So as in without flipping crits that
Oh,
do more 10s are perfect. But yeah, he got 8 or 9. So it was. I knew it was coming, but then I didn't do my damage back to him. And
Yeah. Yours is more set up to deal with defenders, anyways, right? By nailing them with a homing missile at range.
I think it's a decent matchup against the mirror match because of the way I built it, but I could have done a better job. But I wanted to try and pull him through the obstacles, separate him. All of that worked, but he dealt with it pretty well. Bill's a strong player. He goes to a lot of regionals and stuff, so I don't mind too much. I would have liked maybe a warm-up game first, just to ease into a day.
Should have showed up earlier then.
I did. I was here for. I unlocked the store.
Well, you should have showed up earlier then.
That's fine. How did the stream game go?
Aaron waxed Paul. Like it started off very poorly for Paul. Like he took a ton of damage on the Seeks very early, and one of them popped to a direct hit.
Yeah.
And the other one just went away. So while he couldn't get any damage through.
Yeah.
Like it basically at one point it was the only point of damage Paul had inflicted was one on Riyadh, and both Seeks were dead. And Dengar was starting to take
Bill.
and Dengar was in position to take damage.
We'll get Bill to sit down. He can
all right.
instruct how he skilled me.
Yeah. Aaron and Paul's game was very, very swift.
Yeah.
They were done before you, I believe.
Wanna chat about your early? Yeah, just
All right.
you can hold it if you like.
Sure.
Here's Bill. Bill defeated Chris.
1-1 now, so we'll
Yeah.
need to get a rematch at some point.
Rematch
Fortunately-
from yesterday, Chris was my only loss, so it's
Unfortunately-
nice to get the revenge.
Fortunately for you, he won the one that mattered.
No, I don't know if I could have made. I mean, who did you play? Then again, I played the hardest. My strength of schedule was highest,
Oh, whatever.
so
Well, your MLB
you had an
would have
easy
been
run
garbage,
because
so.
I beat you.
Yeah, sure.
Well, he still advanced despite losing to you.
Yeah,
so
no.
this is the one that matters for
Yeah,
advancement.
no, it's good.
Yeah. It was fun, both fun games.
Yeah,
Have I convinced you that Ketsu's better than Asajj?
no. Maybe I like your Bosk more, but I don't know if I would say if I'm not going to. In your list, it is better because you match your pilot skills.
Yeah. Yeah, so
In my list, I don't think I would have wanted. The homing missile locks down enough that I don't think I need the extra tractor. I took off the. I suppose the title was irrelevant off Ventress because she's shooting last anyway. I went for a bid for the mirror match to try and make sure, and then I like my build. I like you. I think they do.
different play styles, right?
Like yours is definitely more aggressive and take it by the teeth and just get in there and roll dice and then modify them.
Yeah. A couple of the other Edmonton guys built similar lists to mine.
Yeah.
Brad, who was pretty close to the cut, lost a tough game to Patrick yesterday. If he would have won that, he would have got in.
Yeah.
But his build is really similar to mine, but he's got a different flying style. So he's got some crew members swapped around.
Yeah.
It's pretty deadly though. I've convinced a lot of people in Edmonton that Bosk with cluster missiles is scary.
Well, we saw a lot of it today.
Well,
Or yesterday, rather.
The one question I did have about your build, I know why, but just wanted
K4 and
to.
Dengar?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's to get the modifications on both cluster missile
Yeah.
shots. After that, it's unnecessary, but
Yeah.
if I can get those cluster missiles off at range 1, I've usually won the game anyways. So,
Yeah. So as it has proved to be worth. Like,
yeah.
I was talking about it with Patrick in our game last night, but out of the Swiss, I think I won 3 of my games without firing the homing missile and without using the mangler cannon, because I don't. I try and broadside a lot more with Bosk and stuff, and the same with Ventress. I try and do it a bit differently, but I like it. I think as well, having Dengar crew even with K4 opens up your dial a bit more. That 3 hard
For sure.
is a lot nicer when you can get 1 or 2. And in the current meta, it's normally 2 rerolls if we're honest. Not many people are flying.
And then the K4 still helps me against the lower pilot skill, right?
Yeah.
The generics. If I run into a quad TLT list, I can still have
The full
target lock.
modifier.
Yeah.
So my hope now is that it's Bill against Patrick in the final, because then I only lost in the Swiss and my only lost in the elimination.
To the finals.
Yeah. So that's my hope. I don't know how the bracket works out.
It is possible because they're on the other. You're on the other side of the bracket from Patrick.
There we go.
So I won't be playing Patrick next.
No, you will not be. You will be playing the winner of Jean-Luc and Tim. I think it
Okay.
was Tim.
Okay.
Was that the name?
Yeah.
Cool.
So
And Aaron will be facing the winner of Ian and Patrick.
that'll be good. Be good. Might go home and go to bed now.
Now you got to stay and help out Cal.
He's doing well. He's fine.
So you're going to give up and go home?
Well, there's nothing to give up. I've lost. It's done.
Well, give up on watching and go home?
Oh, I hate X-Wing. Who wants to sit and watch X-Wing?
Yeah.
I just want to say on the stream too, I'm really proud of all the Edmonton players. We brought 9 people down here. 5 of those 9 made the top 10. 3 of us in the cut. So we
2 of you at 9 and 10, 1 of you by 1 point.
by 1 point.
That one
yeah, could have been
painful
half
point.
the cut. So I said Edmontonians
Yeah, doing well.
pretty proud of how we did this weekend.
I was going to talk to Paul about it later on, but he's obviously watching John Luke. So yeah.
Yeah.
I know the scene in Edmonton's a little bit different to here. You guys, so I'm in both groups and everything.
Yeah.
You guys seem to have a lot more tournaments and stuff, and like
Yeah.
I don't. This isn't judgy, but it feels like the organised X-Wing here is all like Heroes with a jury cluster and
Yeah, it seems like you guys
casual.
have gone to that.
We do a lot
bit.
more casual play, and so I'm a bit. If I could be bothered doing the 3-hour drive, you guys have a lot more, even just kit events, because
Yeah,
none
we
of the
have-
stores seem to want to do kits all
Really.
the time.
We have just really a couple stores, but those 2 stores regularly hold some events pretty regularly.
Which
the other thing we do a lot of casual stuff.
Yeah.
Myself and Brad run a league up in Edmonton.
Yeah.
We incentivize playing alternate formats.
Yeah.
So you get 2 points for winning a match, but an extra point if it's a weird format. So
Yeah.
we do like to mix it up like that as
That's
well.
good.
Yeah.
And have you got a store up there that's moved to a bigger venue or something
They're
as well?
moving this month. Yeah, I think
So-
even this weekend they're moving. So yeah, it'll be nice
So-
to have a bigger
Yeah.
play space.
So that's been one of the problems I've been told, is obviously none of your stores have been
big, yeah.
big enough to try and get regionals and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
It's still not going to be as big as what Sentry Box has, which is, it's pretty rare. So
Yeah.
I think you guys will still be kind of prime target for
Well,
regionals for
we
years
apply
to
every
come.
year,
Yeah.
but I know for a fact that no other stores were applying for it, so
yeah.
it's not our fault. But yeah, what's the other one? I think we had people from Saskatchewan come.
How did they do? Not as good.
No.
Yeah.
I think there was some people from Lloydminster as well.
Okay.
Obviously Red Deer. What's the one down at Lethbridge?
I believe so.
Here? I think we got a good spread of Alberta here as well. I suppose you got foreigners turn up.
Yeah, the one.
Yeah.
100% of the Englishmen made the cut.
Yep, better in Edmonton, obviously.
I guess so.
Proportionally,
It's
sure.
okay. Next weekend.
Percentages, right?
Next weekend is obviously the Flames Oilers game.
Yeah.
And me and my wife are going. I think the first time we came here, we were in Edmonton at the mall, and I got a Flames top, she got an Oilers top, so we'll be going to that next week, and she'll be cheering the Oilers on.
Yeah, nice. I'm from Edmonton, but I'm not an Oilers fan.
Judge Cole?
With the Seniors Loop tile. Forms a 3 bank. crosses an asteroid,
Yeah.
takes away the template, rolls for the damage,
Yeah.
then says, "Oh, I want to rotate."
Can I see
Too
the...
late.
Technically, by the
Execute
rules, it is
maneuver?
too late because it is a part of the template completing the move. Once the template's gone, technically, it will be too late because you've
Yeah.
completed the maneuver at that point. Because rolling the stress is at the same.
That says
Did
when
he
you
apply
perform
the
a
stress?
maneuver, if you cross an obstacle, the
How do you
following thing
how do you put the
also
stress
happens.
down?
It was a rock. So it
Oh.
for the damage.
Oh, sorry, so no stress.
Yeah, it wasn't
But
debated.
it would be at the same time, so I think it would
He
be
would
in the
control
same
both
time.
triggers, so he
Yeah.
resolve them in either order.
Yeah,
I
it would be
think.
the same
I
time
think
as
it's
triggering that
both
one.
are after you execute the maneuver, so...
Template away, because he's asking,
You have to-
can I put the template back in? And
I'm going to double check the
Yeah.
wording on the Millennium Falcon.
can
final
I-
then.
get
I have an
that one.
opinion, but I won't say anything.
You can share your opinion. I don't. We might not listen to it.
Like, you're not a judge, so we're not obligated to,
Oh, I
but
know.
we might. So, if you say it, I mean, we'll keep it in mind. In the meantime, they want you to bring back the Player of the Year series.
We can bring it back.
How many people are watching?
I
I
don't
don't think it's as
know.
many as yesterday. It was like 50 yesterday, I think.
Okay.
Not too bad.
Yeah, it's an after you execute a maneuver trigger. Obstacles are, I think it's part of execute a maneuver.
Yeah, rolling the damage is part of executing the maneuver.
Yeah, so you would
So-
have to do that before you flip.
Yeah,
So-
can rotate.
yeah.
And removing the
Like-
template doesn't.
Removing the template isn't...
It's bad form, but it isn't against
It's bad
the
form,
rules.
yeah. It's not, but it's not strictly giving up the opportunity. Assuming he just removed the template and said, "Oh, I want to flip," I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
What's your opinion on it? You can give it.
So I would say once the template's been removed, that's the maneuver is complete.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
But
the thing is,
if you
the
remove
trigger
it-
is after the maneuver is executed.
So if you remove,
Okay.
remove a template before you've rolled the dice, technically you're doing it wrong.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
that's the whole.
Yeah,
I don't know. I've,
yeah.
Yeah.
It's-
I'm not a big rules
Yeah.
guy.
My stance on it is,
If
well,
I was in the game, I would not have had. There wouldn't have been a judge call.
Yeah.
So-
You just would have let him do it.
Yeah.
yeah, for me, it's like, well, is
Well,
it a missed
sorry,
opportunity?
unless it was going to make him fly off the table next turn.
Yeah.
Yes, well,
Unless it was really obvious that he was going to do it, then no.
yeah. If you three banked into a position where there's no way off, yeah.
I flew a ship off a table on purpose yesterday in my last game. So I'd already won.
Terrible.
So you were altering the score. Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't. I didn't alter it.
I know. I'm just
But
bugging.
the result of the score, I did think about it when I was like, I'll put this down.
Yeah.
It's like, he had
Silly
a TIE
Chris.
fighter left with one hull, and I had 2 shields off a Sarge and no damage on boss.
No way you're losing that.
No. So I was like, yeah. Especially when I had him target locked at range 3 with a mangler cannon boss.
That was your last game, right?
Yeah. It's like, yeah. You can.
That was a weird list that he
It
was
was-
flying, right?
Ironically, I was thinking about playing an awfully similar, not the same FOs, but basically a PS8 4-ship Imperial list, yeah. And I think you can do it better,
Yeah.
but it was really interesting. I'm not surprised it did as well as it did if you get the matchups, but he didn't get them all because he
Yeah.
ran into me, and it's not nice.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Our lists against like small ship lists, it just eats it apart.
Yeah.
Well, I got not as much yours with Asajj, but for me, Ketsu,
yeah.
I really like seeing small ship Imperials across the table.
And I actually killed something with slicer tools yesterday.
Did you?
That was the Kill the Inquisitor. It was awesome. I'm still not converted that it wouldn't turn me off using pusher limits on a ship, the fact that they exist, but I don't mind throwing them on.
Yeah.
I do want to put, I might go up to a 99 point bid and put Burnout Swan back onto Ventress as well. I think that was really good fun.
Yeah, I don't know if I like your burnout slam on Bosk. I love it on the Shadowcaster.
What other illicit would you take then?
Dampeners.
Dampeners?
Yeah, keep stuff in front of you. Right?
I suppose it's the same kind of premise that I have with my burnout slam as what you have with dampeners. That it lets you control the movement a bit more.
You loop around to
Yeah.
get something back in front of you.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I think they're both valid. One I did think of for you is seeing if you can fit salvage crane when it comes on.
Yeah.
Because it's like,
Cluster missiles twice.
What do you mean twice? Every turn.
Until everything is dead or something
I'm not
survives.
getting it off twice. I'm not getting it off 3 times. Bosk will die by then.
Well, that's it. It means they have to kill boss.
Yeah.
Because
Then
when that
Ketsu's
isn't an
the
alpha
end
strike,
game,
it's every turn.
Oh, I've already thought about that.
Yeah.
Don't you worry.
Well, I was thinking about it on the drive home last night. I was like,
Salvage crane.
yeah. Because I could drop salvage crane straight into my list,
Yeah.
but I want to kill people at range 3,
Yeah.
so I don't think I would.
Yeah.
Because that's the problem I had against.
Well, yeah, after you fire your homing missile, you're never at range 3 again.
But I like it because I've got a mangler cannon as well. If I can keep boss backs, maybe the dampeners would be good.
Yeah.
Because I've got the mangler as well, and
Yeah.
it's a really good, strong arm, just holding back, and whereas in yours is very much just get in there and crush face.
Get in there and kill things.
Yeah, it's good.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go try and watch the end of this.
Yeah,
game.
I'm sorry for pulling you over.
Yeah, no worries.
I'll have to stay here until Calvin comes back.
Have fun.
I will. Okay. How long until the next match? There are 2 games currently going. Let's see if we've still got the timer running. It's 10 minutes left in the round. So there'll be about 15 minutes before we start the next game, guys. So Kanan can clear the stress from Falcon title. Can Kanan clear the stress from inertial dampeners? You can't clear the stress from inertial dampeners because there's a period in the sentence, basically.
Oh, okay, I got that one wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, basically the wording is slightly different. Yeah. You have to, inertial dampeners is when you complete the, inertial dampeners is you perform a white stop. Then after you've done that, you take the stress. And because Kanan triggers during it, that's why it's different. Yeah. How was the game state?
I'm pretty sure we know who's going to win this.
Yeah, John Luke can't get through Sabine and the
Neither
Falcon.
ship is down, and John Woo only has 1 ship remaining.
Yeah,
So
I played
think
against
John
that
Woo's
list. It's extremely difficult. Sabine's
played
really
against a lot of the people on the top. Let's see.
4.
Bill,
I played-
Ian, Pat, and Tim.
Yeah, I played
you
4
played
of
all
the top
4 of
8.
them. You are the one loss for most of them.
Yep.
Now you're done.
Now I'm done. I don't mind. I don't play competitive X-Wing as much, and I feel like I gave a good showing, so I'm happy. You know, could have been
So,
better.
It's looking like it could be Ian and Aaron, and I don't think anyone really wants to watch that because they've seen both lists already, and it's one of my.
Well, we want to get the
right?
boss list on at some point. You've not had it.
We've had this list on,
Okay.
just not this particular one. We've had a couple versions of it on because they were playing against someone with an interesting list.
All right.
So
Okay.
we've seen it. All.
Have you seen
But
this
we
list
haven't
yet?
seen- no, we have not
This
seen this
is an
one, which is why
interesting
this
one.
is my pick
Yeah.
for the stream game. So this one will be an attack shuttle and Ray, unless Jean Luc pulls out something as plot armored as his namesake.
Yeah.
That will be against Bill, who is flying another version of YB666 plus Lancer.
Yeah.
Which
He's.
we have seen a fair bit of, but, well, it's a strong list and it has a fair number of variations.
Yeah. So I think you'll enjoy it. Bill's a really strong player, so it's getting to the top end now.
Patrick's lost both defenders and only has Omega Leader remaining and has not moved one of the 8 ships, so... Well, at least it's not going to be decided by time. because he's not playing.
I knew this would happen. I knew I wouldn't get to play Patrick again, even if I won. Patrick is really good at playing against me. He always blocks my moves. Patrick is like, I never seem to get the advantage. Whereas I've never lost to Ian.
I feel like Patrick is actually quite good at reading specific opponents, but Ian's mechanical style of play is something that doesn't give him an advantage there.
Yeah.
And Patrick, if I recall correctly, I tend to beat Patrick because, again, I have a fairly mechanical style of play, and it's not really about mind games.
Yeah.
Whereas Patrick is very good at the mind games, but I feel like sometimes he will mind game himself. And that has cost him in some of his games.
Well, but see,
You, on the other hand,
I'm
rely more on mind games.
too much. Although it's fun against Ian.
Patrick, yeah, it does seem to work for you against him. Patrick seems to be good at reading mind games, but he'll expect mind games out of a player like Ian or myself and not get them, and then end up in a much worse position.
That's good. Okay. Who else can we grab? You've talked to Aaron already, haven't you?
Yep, Aaron was on first, so nobody else choose.
Okay, I'll stay sitting here.
Alright.
So you want to go through Tim's list? Or do you want me to talk about it while you enter it?
We can do both. You can talk about it while I enter it, and I'll add commentary or my own commentary on it.
So we'll start off with Ray, because that's a pretty standard part of the list. It is Ray with Veteran Instincts, Engine Upgrade, Finn, Kanan and Falcon title. 59 points. So it's pretty aggressive. I've expected to see more of the Falcon. I don't know how many were here.
A decent number. Most of the Rebel lists were a Falcon.
Yeah. I only played against one, and this is Tim was the person I played against, and it's a scary Falcon because it's going to be in the position it wants to be, and then Sabine is a massive trap. It has a 4-point initiative bid, which Tim says is because he couldn't spend any more points, but I know for a fact no, he could spend more points. It doesn't want it's all a bluff. It's a bid against the other Rays because no other Ray player is going to have a 4-point initiative bid, and it's extremely important for you to be an Ark and them not. So when you talk to him later, we'll call him on it. But then
Will
Sabine,
you actually stick around then?
yeah, probably not. I don't know, depends. And Sabine has got Predator, Twin Laser Turret, Hull Upgrade and Chewbacca.
Yeah.
So it takes an evade all of the time. Predator TLT is normally enough mods on its own just to get some damage through, and it's an annoyance. It just chips away, but he flies it really well. Once you get him on the stream with it, just if people watch the positioning he takes up with the attack shuttle, it's really well done. I beat him more by just attrition than anything else. I didn't let him concentrate fire on anything and managed to get that was one of the games where I did use the homing missile and mangler cannon all of the time, just shooting Ray, and just it's like even if you roll two, you've got 2 evades, but you're still taking 3 damage. Just that kind of, I'll put damage on. Yeah, and I got him to. The plan I'd used against Bill in this game is how I beat Tim, because I get him to spread the damage and then just break off and control ranges and stuff. So it's good. It'll be really interesting, I think, for people to see the Sabine on the stream.
Of course, neither of these lists has been on the stream yet.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think the other time we did, there was a Ketsu. It was a little different.
So we've been joined by Tim, whose list we've just been analysing anyway. So congratulations on the win, man.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, there's a mic. You can either clip it on or just talk into it. It's up to you. So I was just calling you a dirty, stinking liar on stream. Not in those words. I was a little bit nicer, but just saying I think you've got a 4-point initiative bid, really, not the fact that you couldn't spend any more points. I think you. I think the 4-point bid is really good against other Rays because no other Ray player is going to have a 4-point bid.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I know what you mean. Oh, I couldn't spend any more points, but the 4-point bid is worth it in this list.
It never came into play in there.
Have you not you played against any other PS10 Rays?
No, fortunately. But that's why, sort of why I had it.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's really good.
It's funny, the reason I wanted that bid is for Countess Riot. I thought she'd be in there a lot.
Yeah.
And then so Sabine could move after Riot.
All right.
And I ended up
Doing
playing,
that's a good one
Jane
as well,
twice,
yeah. Yeah.
That helped a lot.
Yeah, it's really good. I don't have a thought about the PS5 mirrors, but yeah,
Yeah.
really good. I was complimenting your use of Sabine in the attack shuttle.
Yeah.
I remember when she was revealed and everything, talked about it on podcasts and stuff, how interesting of an ability it is. And I think in our game, it was like, yeah, you've obviously used her a bit and are really good with her, I think.
You managed to get her pinned down pretty good with the old...
I was saying the way I beat you was trying to force you into changing targets and just hope that my Mangler cannon and the missile, the attrition will get you.
Yeah.
And I think I got some lucky shots with Ventress at things where it plinker damage here and there, and if I make you have to spread your damage, I've got a decent amount of hit points.
Definitely spread my damage there, that was annoying.
There was a couple of times where you took the TLT shot as well, where I was like, if he actually took the primary with the attack shuttle, it would have been swingier, but fishing throws crits and stuff. But
that's true.
Because I think
to have the guaranteed almost.
Yeah, so I think
2 damage.
Yeah, there was some shots on boss where I was like, I hope he takes a TLT shot here rather than the primary. But
it's good to know.
Yeah,
I'll keep that in mind. I don't think I took a single primary shot.
No, it's not something you'll do often, but it's something to keep in mind. You know, coach all the people I beat so that when they win, I can feel good about myself.
The only way you will, right?
Well, you know, I can look at you and feel better about myself. You got anything you really want to avoid, or are you pretty happy about the matchups in the cut?
Turrets, I don't like turrets because my PS10 being able to boost out of arc and Sabine maneuverable shenanigans, she really doesn't like turrets either. So.
All right, so it looks like you're going to be playing against a turret. Well, no turrets, but mobile arc and a 180. So. Similar to my list, but yeah, you'll be playing Bill next. So good luck
This is
to
one of the lists that I was pointing out is probably not a great matchup against the quad TLTs.
Yeah. Definitely what I don't. Were there any in the tournament?
No.
Oh, wow.
I'm the only player in Calgary who's likely to fly them.
Yeah.
And I was here.
Yeah.
Letting Chris feel good about himself.
I've never actually played against them, but I wouldn't want to, I don't think.
Against like a 2-ship list that doesn't have good agility like this, it tends to mulch things very quickly.
Yeah.
It's got a decent chance of just killing Sabine outright, even though you've got effectively 7 health.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It will just
It's
chop,
just-
like it can chop through like 6 or 7 health behind 2 agility quite effectively.
Yeah. There was a few lists with 3 TLTs. Did you play any of the Miranda lists and stuff?
There was one with 3 TLTs.
Oh, is that just Greg?
Just the one.
I didn't see any bombs either.
There were a lot of bombs.
I wanted to play PAL bases mostly because they're so maneuverable. They can just get behind the shuttle and there's no weird scum tricks that I don't know about, like some of the stuff cards you had.
I think there was my last game. The guy said I played against the Swiss last round, so I was like, oh, okay. And then he hadn't played against my list at all.
Yeah.
So it's like Ventress does this. All right, okay, and I felt pretty bad. I still won because I needed to. So
we have round. So like Ian has beat Patrick because there's too much scum on the table.
Yeah.
And
Okay. I will go and tell.
Like you put your game on the stream next.
Yeah.
Okay, so we did this. If you could just sit on the right side from our perspective.
So the far chair.
Sounds good.
Good luck again, man.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go and round up other people. So.
go get Bill to come over here.
Do you want to transition it to a game canvas to make sure it's actually working?
Transition. Look, it's fine. It's shiny. Yep, just a slight formatting issue and should be good.
A wave.
Yes, we can see your hand.
Look at you. Move up in the world.
Alright, so for those of us who are still asking in Twitch chat, the first game went very, very disastrously for Dengar and the Sykes, as Commonwealth defenders just blew up the Sykes right off the bat, and Dengar proceeded to just end up fighting two defenders and a shuttle. It went very hard for Dengar. I believe the game was approximately 30 minutes and 100 to 0. Yep, the defending champion has fallen. Alright, so here we are with Edmonton Wars. This, I believe, guarantees an Edmonton. No, it doesn't, I think. Sorry. 3 Edmontonians, not 4. So, we've got Bill flying a Ketsu Bosk setup, which has become the new vogue. And we've got Tim, the sole rebel player, in the top list. Very, very aggressive. 96 points list. So 4-point initiative there. So much for Hangar Bay.
Yeah, I think there's just 2 guys.
Well, welcome back, Clay. Chris is sad, so he may just go home now.
Well, it's always sucks taking a loss into the top 8, so.
Unfortunately, the LaRues are also eliminated.
Yeah, I think it was a case of Paul's dice were really bad, and then John Luke's turned bad, I think, right at the wrong time, or the other list was hot. I can't remember which way it went, but.
Stuff is fine as well. Only the actual game fields in the camera. Those templates are visible, but it's not visible. You can just move it over a little. Yeah, that's fine. Unless you're fighting in that part of the board, it's not going to matter. In fact, if you put your ship cards over here, it's easier for you to track down each other. Alright, I'll do that. It's fine, it doesn't matter that much. I can tell the ship is way too
But you could throw the tray organizer right in the middle, and I could do a quick plug.
Sure. Yes, you're looking Woodcraft.
I believe they've been involved in every one of the top 8s at the very least. So
yeah, someone in the top 8.
Yeah, it's a beautiful tray. Check it out, Wookie Woodcraft on Facebook. Only 1 E in Wookie because, well, I like to be different. So.
Or you forgot to put it there?
No, I just dropped it. But yes, I forgot to put it there.
Yeah, that's quite nice. There's even a version with an extra shelf below there for carrying all of your craft, which is the version I opted for.
A little bit longer, a couple bucks more depending on the wood you take, but it's nice for transporting all your shit to the next table.
So yeah, this one.
I like this little detail, the notch in here.
Easy to pick up the card. I've actually taken that out.
Oh, have you?
Yeah,
Oh.
just because of the simple fact it adds about 40 minutes to my time to finish sanding it. But if guys are interested in it and they're asking for one to be made specifically, I will do it. It'll just cost a couple bucks more because it was a pain in the butt.
We have paper copies of your list. You're using all the wood. That's even one of your things, right? You offer multiple different choices of wood.
Yes, yeah, there's quite a few different variations of the hardwood, and that's the only difference in the price is the type of wood you choose. So
I picked up, what was it, Purple Heart?
yes, which happens to be the hardest to work with because when you burn the wood with a tool, it is hell to sand that burn mark off of it. So, but it does turn out pretty nice.
Mostly you use a router, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's all router work to do all the cutting, a couple of different bits, and then the sanding. I've got a tiny little pen sander that does most of the work for me. But in reality, the sanding is probably actually what takes the longest. So,
Usually is.
Yeah.
Especially once you've got the habit of routing done.
So some of the woods that I use are cherry. I've done a couple in oak. I haven't done any with the new design. Purple Heart, black walnut, Macassar ebony. Acaria is another wood, I believe is how it's pronounced. I've done some with Wenge. And I'm sure there's a couple various different kinds that I'm forgetting. Rosewood. Rosewood is another one. Looks nice. That's probably one of my favorites. And hey, I'll throw it out there that anybody watching the stream can also take advantage of my regional offer for pricing. If you message me today or early this week.
All right, well, that's, I think, enough. So what do you think of these lists?
I think that the Sabine Ray list is surprising. I mean, Ray is strong. I'm actually impressed with how long Sabine lasts through the games that I've seen him play. So I'm looking forward to actually being able to watch it a little bit more than I have, because any of the other times I've watched it, I've been sitting beside it or just kind of in a group of three. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he flies it. As a guy who played Ray in the tournament, she can be a beast. So watch for that. But the other list is interesting. He's got a little bit of everything in there for all sorts of situations. Be interesting if he can manage to get Ketsu's arcs on Sabine.
Yep,
Do the tractor beam.
Sneaky,
So
but
that's something for Tim to watch out for. And Bosk is a beast at range 1. Wow, you do not want Bosk to end up in range 1 of you.
all right, we're going to start the game at exactly 1 o'clock, I guess. Well, start time anyways. We'll let them set up because that's the way we've been doing it, and that's the way we always let them do it. Aaron and Ian are still muttering about something, so... Yeah, Bill's list at range 1 inflicts some serious hurt. Right? That fearlessness with cluster missiles is horrifying.
Yeah. Yes. And I like the inertial dampeners on here. I've always been a fan of throwing inertial dampeners on the YV66 because
Sometimes you want to double stop.
Nobody ever expects you to double stop.
Right.
And I shouldn't say never, but it's very unlikely for people to remember that you can do that, and that can be really, really bad if you forget that.
And even then, even if they do remember it, that's always there until you've done it.
Or, I mean, in the event that somebody comes into you hoping for a bump, you can also pop it and, haha, here you go, range 1.
Thanks! Oh.
Yay!
And then there was tears. Yeah. The attack shuttle as a TLT carrier has always seemed a little fragile to me because it's weaker. It's easier to kill than an X-Wing.
Yes.
Without mods. And it gets quite expensive. But it's an interesting dial. And, well...
He's made it this far.
Sabine's made it work so far. So,
yeah. He's made it work.
He's 6'1", so...
It is definitely not a ship.
Over the event.
It's definitely not a ship that I was expecting to see in the top 4. So.
Yeah, like, honestly, it was enough of a surprise that... Well, I didn't even really think about it. Like, the obvious things I thought, I was like, oh, what about ARC 170s or Strikers? And it's like, oh, there's an attack shuttle.
And Sabine attack shuttle is even more.
Yeah, most people take Ezra for the defense.
So.
Yep. So, Bill, the person who sold you the Fearlessness card is claiming partial credit if you win.
Thank you, Matt.
All right, looks like we've got an obstacle deployment.
Although I'm willing to bet you Chris is not a fan of Matt for selling that Fearless card.
Yeah, Chris hates you, Matt.
75 minutes. Now.
And we are off for time, anyways. It has begun.
Well, I'd like your cake.
Well, it looks like everyone that's lost has decided to leave. Crawl away in shame.
Yeah, there were some hard-fought matches and some extremely long matches, and a really, really quick match or two. So it's an interesting mix of game results in that first round.
Yeah. I was honestly hoping to see a little more Defender, but I like the Defender, and not many people do. Also, we hadn't had Pat on the stream, and Ian's already been on the stream, so I wanted to show a greater diversity of lists. There's only so much diversity we can do, because at this point, the final will not give us any new lists, because everyone who is remaining in the top 4 has been on stream. Including this game, though, so...
I am glad that we avoided the Ian-Patrick matchup on the first round because
that was never going to be on the stream simply because Ian was on the stream yesterday.
Yeah. It was a long drawn out game, that's for sure.
Yeah, it looked like it. More time for interviews is nice.
I was definitely not expecting Paul and Aaron's game to go as quickly as it did.
Yeah, no. That was a disaster. Everything just went wrong.
I couldn't believe the dice. Both ways, the difference in dice was insane.
Well, sometimes that happens.
Yeah, no matter how good you are or how well you plan, if the dice abandon you, they abandon you. You can only mitigate it for so long or so much. And we're underway.
It's one of the reasons I actually do play quad TLT, because it rolls so many dice so often that it's very, very unlikely that you will sustain bad luck throughout the game. And here we go. Looks like Sabine's just going to opt out of the head-to-head and go away. Reasonable. There's a definite appeal in having Ketsu chase Sabine because Sabine is the only thing on the board that Ketsu can actually hit. Then Tractor.
Yes.
Like, Tractoring Ray is not going to do a whole lot.
It can reduce her agility. I've had that happen to me a few times, but I mean.
But the thing is, it will never take away that extra blank she gets. She'll
yeah.
never that she's getting in the setup.
And if
it'll never take away that extra defense die from obstruction.
If you roll
Not that
into
helpful.
range 1 array in the front, you're in for some hurt.
Yeah, and you don't really want to do that either. So yeah, actually, effectively tractoring Ray is not something that happens a whole lot.
No.
Sabine, though, you really like. Ketsu is actually really going to want to get on top of Sabine because Sabine's got that TLT. So,
Yep.
if Sabine's not facing the right direction, then being point blank is not that good for her. Although, as mentioned, so a lot of people forget that the attack shuttle has that 3 dice primary, and it hurts. Still an X-Wing's firepower out the front.
But as we just saw there, it can be fairly quick for a small ship.
Yeah, look at her go. Boost into 4 into roll away.
Get away from the tractor beam as quickly as possible.
And there's the trick. Actually getting Ketsu on top of Sabine can be a little difficult because Sabine just goes really, really far.
And very unpredictable as well with the
Yep.
pre-movement positioning, and then
Yep.
the ability to reposition after you move too,
Yep.
depending on what you chose for your pre-positioning movement.
Yep. And because of that option, there's a fair bit of flexibility there too. Not very helpful when she's the first ship to move, but definitely very useful against generics.
Well, one nice thing with Ketsu when she does get stressed is she'll be a little bit more predictable on what she'll do for her movement. But it's going to be fast.
That is the downside of the push variant. It will stress itself and it will lock itself into the 3s pretty much.
So far it's looking like a little bit of ring around the mat, feel each other out a little.
Yep, if Tim can get behind Bill, it can be a bit awkward for Bill to turn around. So Bill has to guess when to turn around. And Tim, if he goes aggressively enough, it may be able to beat out that turnaround. But I'm sure they both know that. Just for the heck of it, I'm going to have a little token to show where the mobile firing arc is. Because it's obviously not visible. Ian and Aaron still on turn 1, not surprising. It's much too early in this game to be making any sort of call on it. At least I think so. I mean, positioning gives us a little information, but not so much as to call a winner. Looks like that's going to be a boost for
You definitely don't want to
getting some
underestimate
space.
that 180 arc when it starts swinging on you.
Yeah, especially since it's got fearlessness, and fearlessness works in those auxiliary arcs.
Which is something I learned yesterday, not realizing it. Well, I didn't run into it, but someone was telling me about when they shockingly found out about it.
Surprise!
Ooh!
Turns out it works.
Guess what?
And it can roll up and smack you. It's pretty good.
I believe someone was telling me that they used a boost to get out of the primary arc, thinking they'd avoid fearlessness, and yes, surprise!
Surprise, it still works, because you're in a firing arc.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I taught someone that it works out the auxiliary arc. And with Ka. Fearlessness Ka. Out the back arc. That one hurt.
Yes, that
It was a delightful moment. It's like, no, I am rolling 5 dice and adding a hit.
Yes.
No, it hurts and stings.
No fun for you.
Yes.
All kinds of glee for me, though.
Yeah. Now I can put a name to the screen tag. That must be Alex.
I was going to say, it must be Alex. I remember you recounting the tale to me, Alex.
Well, he was also the only person to bring double IG to this event. So.
You know, I had thought about it because I felt that IGs had a decent shot against the defenders.
That one can be dicey.
And
by dicey, I mean it's reliant on the dice.
Yeah. But after coming and seeing the absolute lack of defenders compared to what I thought there would be.
Yeah, there were less than a dozen.
Yeah.
Several of the lists that had them were multiple defender lists. I think so. I think there were 11 defenders overall.
It was
and
surprising.
A lot of them were crammed into only a couple of lists. Yeah. So Ray is actually in a quite good position to get behind Boss. So Bill has some interesting choices to make on this round. Oops. Playing with thermal detonators.
What's that?
Playing with thermal detonator tokens. They're so thermal.
Yeah, so that's 2 regionals now that have picked up bomb tokens, and I have yet to play bomb tokens in a list. So I might have to start now just to get the acrylic on the table.
Yeah, gotta do it. I mean, bombs are kind of fun. They're a very different play style. So
I played against a double K-wing bomb list yesterday, and I spent the entire match being terrified of the bombs coming out.
Yeah, there are 2 of those.
Was there?
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me.
Did you run?
Expected them.
Yeah. Did you run into the one with the Warden or with the Sega?
A Sage.
The 2 named K-wings as opposed to 1. Yeah.
Which that is honestly the first time I've ever seen a Sage on the table, not in Epic.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
I was about to say, you see him in Epic all the time.
Yeah, in Epic for sure. I would be hard pressed to play Epic Rebels without having them in the list.
Yeah. Same with Rourke. Stupid PS12 asshole.
Jan is another one who sees a little bit more play. You see her the odd time in a list, but definitely in Epic she's more popular.
All right, he's gonna crack slam.
Couldn't burn out slam as your push the limit action.
Oh, you can't do that because push the limit requires the action to be in your bar.
It's on the action bar.
Oh, does it add it to your bar? Okay. Okay, never mind.
There was a ruling on it that slam.
It adds it to your action bar.
As a free action.
It's not a free action. Pushing the limit.
Slam, push the limit is a perform a free action, I think. Does it say perform a free action on your bar? Okay.
Sorry. Nope.
All right, so that's not legal. Sorry? You can't slam as a free action, I believe. It's a requirement on slam.
Should quickly make sure that that was just, I remembered the discussion with that yesterday.
A ship cannot perform slam as a free action, so you cannot push into a slam.
The final line on the card. Nice.
Yep.
FFG.
You will have to slam into doing it. Yep. It's quite clear on the reference. Quite clear on the reference card, yeah. Not something that most of us have read, I guess. Yeah.
I knew slam couldn't be a free action, I just forgot the wording on push the limit.
Yeah, and push is a free action, unfortunately. Okay, so I was right, but I was wrong about why I was right.
Well,
for some reason I thought advanced burnout slam didn't put it on the bar.
And the only reason I knew that is we had a discussion yesterday about it, and someone was saying that you couldn't because it's not on the action bar, and I remembered it being on the action bar, so I said you could. And then I think it was Greg that came along, or Chris, and said, no, because it's a free action that push the limit gives you, so you can't do it. And
you can slam and then push off the slam, but unfortunately you can't slam into it. So this is, well, the obvious intent there was to block Ray, but, well, he couldn't do it, so that really changes the complexion of the game. Bosk's model is pointed the wrong way, so it's a little confusing for those of you on the stream. He is not pointed off to the side, he's actually pointed towards the top of the board. Okay. That'll knock a point off of Ray. And that is all the shooting. Oh, oops, sorry, and I missed the 2 damage onto Ketsu there.
Well, seems like Tim is popular amongst the viewers.
Yes. Definitely got some fans there, Tim. He's currently focusing on the game.
So
no response.
With the group deciding yesterday to use the new, is it tournament regulations?
Tournament regulations, yes.
Is when we step in and can say when we're doing something wrong. Had we not used it, we couldn't have said anything in that situation?
Spectators would have been obligated to be silent. Judges would still probably need to enforce rules, I think, but only if they were directly observing the game in their capacity as a judge.
I should have asked you if you were an actual judge in this.
I am.
Okay,
yes.
I thought so, but
yeah.
That's why I didn't yell it out loud to them when I asked you if it was or not, because
yeah, I am formally a judge.
In this case, I am
a stream
the observer.
game. Yeah, in a stream
I said
game,
something to the judge.
Yeah, and the judge is observing the game in their capacity as a judge.
Yeah,
because I am directly observing the entirety of the game. So, and we don't like making mistakes on stream. So. At this point, we'll elect not to distract the players too much. We'll just try to pay attention. Alright, with his initial plan having fallen through, Bill's opted to run off this way with Ketsu. He's currently debating on his K4 lock. He's not really going to need to measure range since they're both clearly in. Okay, he's chosen to lock Sabine and has taken a focused action.
And the push for an evade.
Yep. And that's one of the things that makes the Lancer so obnoxious to deal with, the access to evade. Turns out it's pretty good, you know?
I am a fan of them. I played a few games with Massage running K4, push the limit, and engine, and it's a pretty fun ship.
Yeah. K4 is a really cute card, just scum only, so...
But the first time you throw it on the table, you better be prepared for how fast they move, because you'll outrun an IG in no time.
Yep. Right, now Tim is deciding whether or not he wants to...
He is going to boost.
Nope. Yeah, not going to... So, we shall see. Looks like he decided to just break Ray off of combat this round. Deny Bosk a shot entirely. Reasonable for raw dice, yeah. Yeah, that'll knock 2 off.
Ketsu at Sabine.
Yep. Triple focus and spent.
And the tractor beam comes into effect.
Yep. That'll knock Sabine's shields down and tractor beam.
Did he manage to tractor beam Sabine into Bosk's range? Beautiful.
Yep. Well, that will give Sabine a shot back, but Sabine already had a shot. So. Fortunately, that means the evade token on Ketsu is not going to be useful. Yep.
And we're having the
Yep.
Even if you have to take a shield back, you've already got 3 hull down.
Oh, that be that bad timing there? So I throw away the third one, right? Need a shield. Lose the shield.
Alright, well there's an interesting one.
Is that how
We are currently looking up the Chewbacca crew card.
oh, you know what? I think his nope doesn't have it.
Yeah, so it's 4. Because you take 1, 2.
What's the text on Chewbacca?
When you are dealt a damage card, you may immediately discard it and recover 1 shield.
Yeah. Are all the cards at once, or is it 1 at a time?
Cards are 1 at
I
a
believe
time.
as they come, he can
Because
choose
the major
when to pop
explosion
Chewie.
resolves. The major explosion resolves before you finish dealing cards if you get a crit. So if you get a crit that is a major explosion and have a second crit, I believe that's the way it's required. Let's check with Greg and see if he knows offhand.
I think you can choose which hit to pop.
4 damage is dealt. To Sabine. Sabine was. So I take all the cards away. So shields are down on Sabine. 4 damage is dealt. So then he has Chewbacca.
You know, we're referring to this as the Marshal. So.
Shields are already down. 4 damage back. Take 2. You back on the 3rd.
Yeah, that should be the result. Yeah.
Yeah.
And right there, Sabine with no shields survives a 4-hit attack. So
technically, you could have done that on any of the first 3 damage cards, but
yeah. I think that's probably the surprising thing about Sabine that people have run
she has
into.
7 effective health.
Yeah.
Like shields down, but not Chewbacca spent. She actually has 5 health left in practice. You have to
Hull
remember
upgrade
that.
and Chewie together.
She's got, yeah, Chewbacca's worth 2 effectively. Yeah. She's much tougher than it seems. Bosk lost 1 shield to TLT, looks like. So, I guess one of the shots didn't do so well. Given the damage that is currently sustained, yeah, it does look like Sabine is going to be removed. I haven't updated the damage tracking stats yet. Some very vocal fans of Tim.
Yeah, according to Dank Nugs, Tim likes to play X-Wing shirtless. That's some
choice.
surprising news.
That's definitely distracting to Bill.
It's a good
like,
thing
what?
that Bill had his dials down before I said that, I think.
It would have been much confusing. Ketsu's mobile arc is still to the left, so let's see where Sabine is going to try and run. So she's dying. She's out of tricks and is down to 1 health.
Runs as fast as she can and attracts shots, I guess.
Yep.
I think with Tim's list, this is what he wants, is Sabine to be the early target.
Yep. It does seem like the case. Yep. Block's already in position, so K4 isn't useful. So the question is, what is he going to want to do?
It looks as
There's
though
a lot of interesting options here.
Looks as though on the other game that Aaron has decided to bring Halp into the game to block Ian's bump master. Good times. I like seeing that.
Yeah, Ian has a very clear game plan, and not letting him do it tends to mess him up. So. Of course, sometimes you don't let him do his game plan by blowing the crap out of his ships, but sometimes you also do it positionally.
It'll be an interesting game. I know Aaron's got a game plan for dealing with Ian's list, so
we'll see if it works out.
Interesting to hear the results from it. Yeah. And Bosk swings that.
Yep.
180 arc around again.
Yep. Right now, Tim is just trying to not get close because Bosk up close is quite a threat. It's gonna hurt. So it's not gonna happen. Unfortunately, Ray wasn't able to swing around and bring Bosk into arc. Range 2 shot. Reasonable.
With no modifiers.
Doesn't do a thing.
Let's see if Sabine can pull off a miracle.
Yep.
She's gonna need it.
Yep. Gotta get perfect. There's the
and
perfect.
Apparently, she got it.
Yeah.
And here's the attempt to finish her off. Yep. Dengar doesn't help. I think we need to mute him. Still there, so nothing there that is helpful.
I decided not to because I wanted to attack
The MA mark is the mobile firing arc. I'm just tracking which side of the ship it's on. Yep. I actually, I put a mark on the screen to indicate where it is, so.
Oh.
They do it again.
What's that?
They do it again, I'll mute them. As a reminder, this is the Sentry Boxes stream, and it should be no more than PG-13, so don't be a jackass. Ouch. Ketsu can't seem to avoid anything, and he's just going to take it on the chin. Drop to 6 hull, 1 point away from half. return fire will go to 1 point on the shield. It will depend on the time state we're in for the interviews. If this one goes to time and the other one doesn't, which I doubt will happen, given that there's still all those ships on the table and they haven't actually moved since the last time we looked over there.
Yes.
We will try to do interviews, so
when you get to that stage of your
So we're in an interesting position.
I forgot to remove Sabine and add the points.
With two fairly mobile ships with Ray and Ketsu. So it'll be interesting to see what the guys choose.
Yep. Bosk is at least pointing the wrong way, and Ray has managed to get behind him. So Bosk is going to be in trouble. Unfortunately, it cost him Sabine. And he's still going to have to chop through Bosk. Like, if he can remove Ketsu, and Ketsu is the one who is most able to deal with Ray, then he has a chance. But losing Sabine so quickly is fairly disadvantageous. He hasn't gotten either ship to half, and he's been forced to split his fire somewhat. Admittedly, at this point, he no longer has to worry about Bosk, and Ketsu has taken the majority of the damage by a slight amount.
Unfortunately, avoiding Bosk is costing him actions that he dearly needs
to push through
with Ray to push a lot of damage through. She loves having a focus token.
Yeah. Some people have been running her with expertise for that very reason.
I myself went VI and took Jin on my ghost to give her focus tokens. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody too strongly, but it was a lot of fun to be able to hand her 2-3 focus tokens and then do an inertial dampener for a range 1 blast that somebody wasn't expecting. So, or to be able to sloop through debris and still have, you know, multiple focus tokens. And so that's a trick.
Yeah.
It's obviously not enough to get you into the top 8.
Yeah.
At least how I flew it anyways, but I think there's a lot of interesting ways to get Ray tricked out with a few extra tokens. Ah, yes. I did leave the game with 1 shot left from Ray. I also did the math on the shot that I would have had, and there was a chance that I could have removed Paylob with my final shot, and it would have been about 0.0125% of a chance, I think it was, to get 3 natural hits through on 2 evade dice with a focus token. So I feel like a giant douche.
Should have tried, man. Should have tried.
To be fair,
you owe Adam a beer, I guess, but he's probably not.
To be fair, anyone who has played him would understand my frustration with over 5 minutes while activating his ships after time was called. So
yeah.
With 3 of his ships having shots at my 1 health ray at range 1 to 2.
Yep.
All
There's
having
a 4
actions.
KO ray. That is a very nice. Yep, that will be damage, so Ray will take that.
Did I get half points on the Jump Master? Yes, I did.
Oops.
The final move, actually the final round, while he was taking his time, he was going to block me with the Jump Master, so I wouldn't be able to shoot it. The only shot was at a 3-hit payload.
Right, so Ray does no damage with that shot. Rather costly. Natural hit crit out of Ketsu. Pops the shields off, so it's at least not a crit to hull, thanks to that one evade. Tractor Beam, the token is technically applied, but it's irrelevant, so. Yeah, the only problem is Ray does suffer from not having those actions, so she is starting to suffer a little.
Needs to get a focus token.
Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah. They're quite close to half points for Ray and Ketsu, so I guess we'll be updating the scoreboard shortly. Very likely in this round of combat, in fact.
Pardon?
In this next round of combat, it's likely we'll have some scoring going on.
Yeah, I think actually it's been a good job by Bill of keeping Bosk a threat to Ray, so that Ray's got to use her action to boost out.
Yeah, and keep staying away from Bosk.
Yeah.
Well, he's currently deciding where he's going to put that Molar. He guesses wrong, now it could cost him. He's going to move it. And he will push to focus. Bosk's going to grab the red.
A little update on the Ian and Aaron game. Can't see any cards from here, but it looks like all the ships are still on the board.
In the same spot.
And a very big clump. So it's
Nothing has
possibly
moved.
turning into a little bit of a bump fest over there.
Nothing has moved.
I think Aaron did a good job of getting that shuttle in there and messing things up. So we'll see if that works out for him.
Bill may have done it looks like to me that Bill's done a very good job of bringing Bosk back around and into a point where he's going to be relevant here.
He's done a very good job of definitely leading Ray back towards Bosk.
Yeah.
Force the tough decisions.
Yeah, Ketsu doesn't have a choice. So. Right, that'll be a focus from Ray as well.
Yep.
It's a range 2 exchange of fire. They're both an arc of each other, so.
Tim needs some hit results.
There you go. There's some damage. Oh, a double evades right back. So hit crit suffered. Oh, that's almost not relevant. That's loose stabilizer.
Nobody does white maneuvers with a Ketsu.
Yep.
It's always green.
The crit slips through onto Ray. And she is stunned. If she hits something, that's going to hurt.
And the tractor beam comes out. Bosk does have a shot against the tractor beam Ray, so.
Well, it'll knock the native agility off. She's still got that die. Oof. Bill's shots are on fire. The blank is added, and it's an evade. Yep.
3 hits from
He's going for the
Bosk.
damage rather than the cripple.
Yeah.
And Ray is rapidly running out of health.
Yeah, I think it's the right call. Push as much damage through as quick as possible and finish it. Don't give Ray a chance.
In a rather awkward position as well. Because of that asteroid right there.
It took a little longer for Bill to set up that, but I think that's exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah.
And now Bosk is in the action.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like if someone gets a cheering section in the chat, it doesn't work out for them. Paul had quite the number of fans and went down very quickly.
Way to go, chat viewers.
You curse them more than the bad luck note, dude. The dice have definitely been on Bill's side here. Well, Tim's fans have been a lot more vocal than the people rooting for Bill, so. And it looks like that appears to be a curse. Vocal fans means doom.
Definitely one or two of them are much bigger fans.
Yeah.
A little update from what I can see across the way. I believe Ian has lost his bump master.
Oh, that's going to cost him.
And Aaron still has his ships on the board, and Palpatine is parked in front of them so far.
Yeah, if Aaron can get those defenders out of there and turn around and start murdering the support elements, that could go hard for him. All right, looks like he's opted to leave Ketsu there and hope that he can squeeze Bosk past.
Gonna be close. Even if he doesn't clear it though, that 180 arc sure swings.
Yeah. If that works and it lands without hitting that obstacle, this will be very, very rough for Ray to get away from that. The joy of magnetization. Easily pop Bosk off.
I've been making it a habit for all my large bases. When I'm going to play them, they get magnetized before I take them because
it's so handy.
I hate the large base pegs. So.
All right. Now that has offered up a very nasty position. Mobile arc is to the right side.
Does Ray fit in?
Oh dear.
Oh, yeah.
Oh dear.
Attempting the boost.
Yeah. If Ray doesn't boost, she eats cluster missiles. Bosk has been holding on to that target lock for quite a while. If she has to do it.
Once again, we see Bill forcing the boost action, and Ray cannot get that much needed focus token.
Yep. However, Ray seems to actually have entirely slipped the arcs.
Free shot, but I think it's an out of arc shot, so.
Yep, that one looks like it's out of arc. I think he's got to pick on Ketsu.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You got to take the chance. Throw a Hail Mary out and see what happens.
Ooh. That is full of grace. That was a good one.
It was, that was an interesting turn of events.
Yeah.
I don't know whether or not you can quite say rest in peace Tim yet, but this definitely opens the door.
Yep. Of course, in this position, it does constrain Ray's maneuvering a fair bit. So.
It's definitely going to be interesting.
Yeah, there's some definite interesting choices to be made here. May well be time for Ketsu to flee.
Is it it's 5 white they have, right?
Yeah,
Four
I believe so.
Is green.
Not green. Yep. I believe the 4 is maybe green.
I know the 4
not
is
sure.
green. I can't remember. The 5.
Yeah, effectively white maneuvers are red for him right now because of the
That one crit.
yeah, that one crit. It's a little relevant, but I think running for a lot shorter distance and tokening up is still better than going for distance anyways. So I don't think that's pertinent because a green is he's going to have to grab. He's currently stressed anyways.
Yeah.
He's going to have to grab a green to grab grab tokens regardless.
I think that's what you do is
tokens are more likely to let you survive. A focus and evade will actually let him potentially avoid up to 3. So. With the mobile arc where it is.
So it's 2, 3, and 4 straights are green, and all the 3 turns are green. So he's got plenty to choose from.
Yes, he still has the burnout stuff. And now is the time. There it is. We all saw it coming there, Ed. And that gets him distance. Am I taking it?
Yeah. Oh,
he's going to go for the distance. Sorry? Yeah, he cannot slam as the free action from push the limit, but he can do it the other way around.
Doing his best to make sure that there is no
that may have bought Ketsu enough distance. So the inertial dampeners on Bosk have been popped. Yeah, the burnout slam giving a target lock isn't relevant because there are target lock. They both already have a target lock on the only rebel ship left on the board.
So the Z95 in Ian's list has just been removed from the table, and Aaron still has all 3 of his ships.
Yep.
Against a titled Y-Wing with TLT and Paylob with TLT.
That looks like quite a pile of stress on something. Or is that a maneuver template?
He has Zuckus on his payload, so...
Oh, that is the Hawk, yeah. I thought that was a Y-Wing. I'm amazed how little they moved. I mean, how many rounds could they possibly have played? Alright. Here's the shot, range 3. 3 against 3. Three hits. Gotta be perfect. Not perfect. It's not perfect.
Oops. So, they'll make it an interesting finish to this game.
Because Ray is already down to half, Tim cannot run. He must fight.
He's got to take...
He's got to knock 3 health off Bosk before losing 3 to get half points, and then run. And there's still that target lock from Bosk, so he can't get too close. The current score is Bill is ahead by 15 points. It's a very close game here. "20 minutes remain, gentlemen." The maneuver mentioned in chat likely doesn't work.
What's that?
The maneuver mentioned in chat likely doesn't work. I don't, because they can hear, players can hear us. I don't want to tell them what the maneuver is. While commenting on it. Nope, I no longer need this.
With the angle that he's got and the distance, it would be close.
Yeah.
Risky.
Yeah.
But as...
Well, the first maneuver might work, yeah. Second one, no. I don't think so. The first maneuver mentioned after... there are 2 maneuvers mentioned. I think the first one might work, but the second one doesn't. It will depend very much on the other player, on what the other player does.
We'll only know if he chooses it.
Yeah.
Tough to tell from here too. The TV or
the screen is a little, because it's a little canted. It's not perfect.
The screen looks like it would, and I'm not standing up to take a look at it.
Yeah.
But I think it would be almost one of those times where it would be interesting to see whether it does.
Mm-hmm. Both players look quite focused and calm, so...
From what I've seen, both players are very good at judging their maneuvers.
Yep.
I don't think they've had one where they didn't know whether it would land or not. I think they seem, but they're both very good at knowing where their ships are going to be.
They haven't made I don't think they've made a misjudgment in terms of positioning. They may have been a misjudgment in what to do, but not so much positioning.
I think that could be said of all the top 4. They're all fairly good at knowing their templates and the way their ships move and how far they move. So.
Right. Well, looks like Ian still isn't able to push through damage on those defenders.
Nope. I think Aaron's tactic of bringing Palp up and blocking the bump master really
paying off.
Really
yeah.
paid off big time.
And Greg is observing that game in judge capacity, so. But we've got our own interesting one here, so.
I think Chris is also viewing that game.
He's not a judge.
No.
Yeah.
I'd be willing to bet you he's still throwing his 2 cents in here.
This is a very critical. Yeah, this is a very critical turn, so it's not surprising they took quite a bit of amount of time to do it.
I was worried about the corner line.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to opt for the 2 bank, hoping that Ray goes forward.
Oh, we're going to find out whether
gonna
it
go.
fills.
He's going big.
I think it's in, but we'll see.
From the initial placement of the template, he looks
Oh my
okay.
God, his fans are going to go crazy.
Yep. It lands. One thing I actually quite like is burnout slam on Bosk for exactly these kinds of situations. To set up. And here's the boost to make absolutely sure.
Apparently these type of shenanigans are classic Tim, so
yeah, if he grabbed the hard 3, he might have done. He might have landed. He might have had a shot, unfortunately. Okay.
One more shield off of Bosk. It looks like
I think he's going this way. I feel this is the maneuver he should have done last turn. No, that's a 3 bank.
Yeah.
Booster position.
Very good use of boosting by Tim to stay out of that arc. And he just keeps taking the long range shots. On a side note, it is nice to see the Falcons back in tournaments.
Indeed. Well, Aaron's giving us the thumbs up, so the Commonwealth defenders are continuing to chew things to pieces.
Well, I think his game plan has proven extremely effective.
Bill has some hard decisions coming up here. How does he want to play this?
I don't know.
not green for a bank. Yep, there's the 1 hard. That should cut him in quite close. Fortunately for Tim, focusing on Getsu first worked.
Opting for the boost for.
Okay, here's an obstructed shot.
Obstructed shot.
Tim is doing a fantastic job with
And it is, I believe, in arc, so
yep.
We're going to have some fin ray shenanigans.
That's a lot of blanks.
And no damage.
Yeah, that focus token wouldn't have helped him this round, so quad blank. Essentially. Very difficult position now.
Yeah, I think Tim has shown that you can fly Ray without taking the focus action.
Yep. Because Bosk, well, he's in this position.
Another shield plinked away.
Yep. This is a rather good demonstration of how to deal with Bosk. Never let him get those clusters off and then run the hell behind him.
I was honestly just thinking about how this is a really good demonstration for the argument for engine on Ray instead of what I did with Ray.
Yeah.
Because my Ray would not have survived anywhere near this long.
Reposition is key.
Plus, I definitely do not fly Ray nearly as well. So.
Fortunately, the way the obstacles are, a hard 3 isn't very good, and this isn't particularly great either. The boost for position. Oh dear. Yikes. Tim may be flying this fantastically, but the dice are refusing to let him have it.
And another plank, so that is half, if I'm correct.
That is half points, though. That will give him the win if it goes to time now. So stalling is now impossible. Attention, Bill. I honestly can't think of what Bill would do to get out of this, but we'll see if he's got something I haven't thought of. With Bosk's maneuver dial being what it is, I don't know.
If he still had his inertia dampeners, or the ability to do a 0.
Yeah, unfortunately, he only had the one.
Yeah.
Like, he used it well, but the issue with one shot. Yeah.
Oh, here comes the focus shot.
Yep. Alright, I'll make it 3. Turns out that focus didn't help. Yep. Unfortunately, the Falcon is far too much more maneuverable than YV666. It's impressive how much this game has turned around.
It is.
It's quite the clinic there.
I think that spot where he got Ketsu down to the 1 hull
and forced her to run
was definitely the big turning point.
Also, the turn where he managed to get Ray in behind Bosk and Ketsu, with Ketsu's arc pointed to the side. I might have gambled on the rotation to the aft there. Well, that'll flip down. No. Yeah. It's a blinded pilot, so the crit isn't relevant. You know, the way this game is going demonstrates very much the limitations of the YV666. The simple fact that it can't turn quickly, and a single ship that gets behind it with a reposition, this is going to happen.
Yeah.
And frankly, it's why I have never enjoyed flying the YV666.
I would have to agree with you that it's, if someone gets behind you.
Yeah. And unfortunately, there's not really anything. The chassis simply is incapable of dealing with this. There's nothing it can do.
Nope. Nope, the wrong ship went down first for him.
Yeah. But Tim's target priority was quite correct. Kill Ketsu first.
Well, I'll move off the chair, so if one of them wants to come in, they can chat, and I'll go take a peek at the other game there.
All right, go take a look and give us an update.
That was the game.
Gentlemen, if you'd like to come on the desk and discuss that game. And that was 2 minutes remaining in time there. Whew. So, congratulations, sir.
Thanks.
Very well flown. Congratulations.
Thank
well
you.
fought.
Thanks. So, what did the Twitch chat think of the game?
Well, Tim's fans were very happy with
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
They were calling it
Rightfully
even
so.
the worst part of the game for him, so they never lost faith. Must be inspiring.
Yeah, you took Sabine out right away, and I tried to keep away from the tractor beam. I just couldn't get away.
Yeah.
That was the right start of the game.
I got lucky that it snuck into range 3 of Bosk there.
Yeah, it was 4 hits there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so that one critical turn right
Yeah,
at
it
the
was
very
the
end
turn
there.
at the board edge,
You didn't
closest
move
to
the
the
arc
camera.
back.
What's that?
You didn't move the arc to the rear.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I didn't think about the move he did plus a boost. I kind of thought Bosk was in the way to block that anyways. So that's why I didn't move Ketsu's arc back. Yeah, I just didn't spot it. I mentioned to Tim right after the game that at that turn I originally had the one bank for Bosk so that I would just bump into Ketsu. It's what I should have done because then I prevent him from getting behind. But yeah, switched to the hard 3. I got greedy and wanted to end it with cluster missiles, and it didn't happen.
Unfortunately,
Those
the chat
like
was
the
saying
plague.
that you got a little cocky there.
What's that?
You got a little. The chat
I did.
suggested
Absolutely,
you
I
got a
did.
little
Yeah,
cocky there.
I agree.
Yep, that's unfortunate. But, well, a single decision can in fact sway a game, and that is why we play it out.
That's right. That was a fun game, though. I liked it a lot.
I thought I was done right away. Can't believe we stayed out of those arcs.
Yeah.
Well, you kept your head in the game quite well, so it looked really, really bad when you had Ray crippled and Sabine dead.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, that was bad.
very, very impressive recovery. But hey, those are the games that make for the best viewing. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So, Ken, I don't know if you want to answer any of these questions that are less than useful. But
how much does Tim bench? I haven't worked out since high school.
Oh yeah.
Well, look, yes.
Yeah, Tim can probably bench more than Bill. Yeah.
I don't know.
That does seem reasonable.
So toes, Tim?
I don't know what that's supposed to be.
Now, how is the other game going? Any
The
idea?
final game is 4th versus 8th, and 8th is falling apart very quickly now.
Okay.
Well, most of his ships were gone quite early on, so, and there's still a defender on the board against the Hawk.
Okay.
So it's just Paylob against the entire Imperial list.
About defenders.
Love them.
Yeah?
That's what my
Okay,
list is
so
for.
yeah,
That's what my list is for
two-
too.
nice.
Is defenders.
Yeah, tractor beam and them on.
Yeah. I was hoping to see more defenders this weekend, and
Yeah.
there were a few out, but not as many
just
as I
won the
wanted.
semis, so he's in the final now. So stay put since we're screening the finals. So towards the end, when Ray was behind Bosk, why not go slow and hope Ray hits?
Yeah, that's a good question. I probably could have. I was kind of hoping he would make a mistake, and I could eventually get my arc around. I would have had to make Ray bump 3 times to win, right?
Something like that. You had 2 minutes left at the end of the game, so
Yeah.
so you would not have
But I
been
was
able
down.
to win by
I was
time.
down on points, right?
Yeah, you would not have
Yeah.
been able to win on time.
Yeah, so I can't make him bump 3 times to win that game, so I have to get my arc around to get 3 damage through.
It took a while for me to get behind you. I was trying all game, but
Yeah.
those 3 hearts, it's so hard to do a 3 bank and then a boost.
Yeah.
It's about almost the same
Yeah.
turn orientation. But finally got behind it near the end.
All right, well, I should probably pack up, and I've got a long drive ahead of me. So.
All right. Well, congrats, man.
Yeah,
Great game.
thanks.
Thanks
Congrats.
for coming down.
I hope you take
Top
the
4 is still a
defenders
good performance.
Yes.
So, all right.
Alrighty.
You ready for the defenders?
Yes.
Because it looks like that's your match.
I'm ready for those. Is it
The one
3?
person
Is
to
it
bring
3?
Commonwealth.
Is it 3?
Nope, Commonwealth with Pulp Shuttle.
Perfect. Matchup I want.
All right. Well,
Here we go. They should be done now. So.
Okay, thanks.
The final score was 100 to 67 for Tim. So, this is a rather interesting setup. One of my picks for finalists did make this. So, our finalists are... Oh, those aren't the list. Yep. Our two finalists are Tim McLaughlin with Sabine Rand and Ray, who we just saw on the stream pull out quite an impressive win. And his opponent will be Aaron, who we saw in round one absolutely crushing Paul, with Colonel Vessery, Countess Riad, and Omicron group pilot carrying Paul. So, does the chat have any other questions while we are letting the players have a brief break? Because that looked exhausting. Sorry about this. I'm going to take off. I thought he said something to you, but I guess in the interaction he just replied to me as a forward. I saw something in my inbox. Yeah, I think he just replied.
Back on the horse, Bill. Probably Friday. Maybe set up the league.
Yeah, he did agree. I think I just glanced at it and I didn't notice that. If you haven't seen anything, I guess I didn't notice that he just replied.
I'll just do the thing on Saturday.
Yeah, I'll send that over as soon as I can. I'm currently about to okay. That is correct. A 51-player event cut into top 8. It requires 77 players before we cut to top 16.
I don't know what happened in that game.
I got greedy in a crucial turn. I could have just done a one bank boss back. Maintain it. I did hard 3 turns to try and wire left. Just managed to get behind. Just behind lost.
The break is just a few minutes to let the players get their heads back into the game and get set up. So hopefully we'll be able to get going in 10 minutes or less.
Only person who goes twice. I should have made
Yeah, looks like nobody wanted to play Hangar Bay today, unfortunately. So. Yes, Chris lost in the quarterfinals. So he's still here, despite saying he would go home. So I don't know what he's doing. I guess he's just too sad to come be on stream. Alright, we're just really waiting for them to be ready, so we are. Chris didn't watch, so let's see. Hey, Greg, can you come over and give us a quick rundown on how Ian versus Aaron went?
Yes, sir. Alrighty. So it was obviously it's Ian, so it was a little bit cagey to begin with. He's very precise with his ship placements and you know who's going to bump who by millimeters and all the rest of it. He, as usual with his list, goes forward with the jump master. Aaron started with the shuttle right in the corner and then turned it in, heading straight for Ian's whole list, and had his two defenders kind of a bit further over coming in. And the initial engagement, Aaron had the best of it, stripped, I think, 3 shields from the jump master. Then on the next turn he kind of made a mistake. He did a 5k with Ryad and didn't end up with a shot. He thought it was going to be a bit further up. Had no shot, but didn't really lose too much that turn. And then the shuttle basically just like gummed everything up. It stayed in the same spot for like 5 turns. And Aaron was able to keep K-turning his 2 defenders and slowly pick away until he finished off the jump master, and then killed the Z in 1 turn before it had a chance to shoot on the subsequent turn. And then at that point it was in his favor. The shuttle was undamaged. Ian had been picking away shields on the defenders, but you know,
just couldn't get through.
He pretty much like stripped the shields, but that was it. And then there was one crucial turn where Ian did a two bank to get past the shuttle with the Y wing. And if he'd done a 3, then he would have blocked one of the defenders and been out of arc on the other one. And as it was, he ended up getting 2 range 1 shots. And so the Y-wing went down pretty quick. And that was pretty much game over at that point. So I ended up with 70-0 for Aaron. So dice were dice. I mean, Aaron had some bad dice and some amazing dice.
So it evened out? Sort of.
Well, he had 1 turn where he had a range 1 shot with target lock with one of the defenders and rolled 0 hits and rolled into 0 hits. So 8 dice, no hits. But with Duke, yeah.
Good work.
But then after that, his dice were a little hotter, and he had a triple evade, which was Zuckus into a triple evade. So Ian did not enjoy that.
No, he would. Yeah, I can imagine him being very, very upset with that one.
Yeah, he wasn't too happy. And Caleb ended with, I don't know, 20 stress or something from Zuckus so much. So, but ultimately.
So are you getting are you getting the dice or tokens or anything? Are you getting any of these? Oh, okay. I was just going to say, because I got 3, I'll give you 1, you gave me tokens. Yes.
So yeah, it was they kept the pace reasonably okay after the first few turns. So
yeah, it didn't seem to be moving that quickly early on.
Yeah, but once they got in there, it was a bit fiddly with all the ship placements, but that's normal. So interesting final.
Yeah, over here, Tim got in the hole early, but if Bill had not made one misjudgment and gone for a greedy play where he tried to use the cluster missiles to finish off Ray, he could have won. But Tim managed to pull it out, so here he is.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic set of flying.
Yeah. Nice. And the only attack shuttle in the entire regional is in the final. So clearly everyone needs to be flying more attack shuttles.
Yeah, with Chewbacca and a hull upgrade.
With Chewbacca and a hull upgrade, yeah.
Super secret cat. Don't tell anybody. You know, aside from the however many people are watching this.
Yeah, I mean, as we discussed yesterday, there's a lot of rays flying around, but what they're paired with has been kind of varied.
Has generally tended to kill them, so...
Yeah.
This is the only Rebel list to have made it, and, well, here it is. Oh, yeah, 66 people.
The only Rebel list in the top 8, I believe.
Aaron just defeated Ian, who was playing his Scum board control list.
Yep. So, good job from Aaron on that one.
That board control list is incredibly obnoxious to play against.
So, I guess I'll get these guys ready to go.
Alright, well, we've got time right here, so...
Final round is a 2-hour timed round, so...
Yep.
Alright.
Alright, gentlemen, are you ready to begin?
This is 2 hours.
2 hours.
2 hours.
2 hours.
Let's do it in 30 minutes.
Head to head. Blood for the blood god. Alright, I'll throw it over to the game so that you can see you guys starting to set up. Oops, and correct the formatting. Is Sentry still red, or did you move the ships? Sorry?
I saw that link.
Yeah, that's what it could be.
Behold the excitement of obstacle placement! Make some noise!
Yeah.
Once in a while, rock placement is actually very, very relevant. Frankly, it controls a lot of play. As Paul Huber discussed, it's very important and often underrated step of the game that many crew players do undervalue. No one's got the mustache rock. We've got 3 debris and 3 large asteroids.
That's what the 3 and 3 is there for.
All right, welcome back, Greg.
Hey. Everything's good, getting set up.
We're now in obstacles. Haven't started time yet because, well,
might as well.
Yeah. We'll do it right at the start of activation. All of the asteroids were checked by the players themselves if they were one, so.
So 4th seed versus 7th seed.
Yep.
After the Swiss. Honestly, it's kind of one of those games that is can't really judge on that kind of seed.
Aaron was one of my 2 picks to win. Ian defeated Pat, though, so.
Is that before or after?
Sorry?
Is that today or yesterday?
That was starting from top 8.
Aaron has self-confidence problems.
Yeah. He even put on his list submission, please don't judge my lack of creativity too much.
Who needs to be creative?
Yes.
Pick a good list and play it well.
This is the finals. This is for all the space potatoes.
Yep. Set dials. We are going to start the time after you have placed all your dials. Yeah, it always seems weird to me
A
that
single TLT can struggle against defenders. Especially since she's going before them.
Alright, they've got dials down.
Who has
so
initiative? Okay.
Aaron has initiative.
Alright. And time is go.
Yeah, I find it weird that 2nd place is not better in terms of pricing than 3rd or 4th.
It's a little funny.
You win an extra match, but you don't get anything different to losing semi-finalists. But, you know, I guess it makes the final all the more important, yeah.
Well, you could do something about it.
Well, I guess I could. FFG's kit doesn't.
Yes. FFG doesn't, but you could. Was there a store credit this year?
No, I decided I would put everything in just random door prizes because I feel like
the winners don't need more.
Yeah, the top players get the good stuff anyway.
And the bragging rights.
So I figured random door prizes is the way to go. And everyone's into the shout, including the top players.
Also, more reason for you newer players to come out. You still might get something even if you lose.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, last time we did a last place, and I don't know. I have mixed thoughts on like a booby prize last place prize, because then you know Aiden last year kind of conceded his last game to guarantee getting last spot. I don't like
You shouldn't have told him about
that.
it.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have told him about
it. Oh yeah, that's true.
Let him play it out and then tell him it exists.
Yeah.
Right?
I told you.
Random, then everyone.
Although I do think it'd be nice to have a bad beats prize for, say, Adam this time around because he missed the cut by 1 point.
1 MOV. That's
yeah. A couple small prizes for that sort of thing. It's like, we're sorry.
Yeah. That's
you missed it by 1.
Brutal. But, you know, kill something else in any one of your games. It'll be good.
I'll just pull the scoreboard away for a bit so you can see the clock's already counted. Never mind.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, you can see the defender.
Yep. Sabine gets the barrel roll all boost before revealing the dial. So yeah, it's the new experience with Aaron against an attack shuttle. Specifically against an attack shuttle that is formed by Sabine.
Yeah, we haven't seen that a lot.
And a beefed up one with a hull upgrade and Chewbacca as well, so effectively like 7 health. And I believe that is the biggest initiative bid in the tournament as well, 4 points.
Yep.
Jerry had a 3-point initiative bid and it's on the list.
Yep. We've got 4 here, so quite possibly the largest. The initiative bid is quite important to at least get Sabine to react to counters. Vestro's still going to get the drop on her. So. Once Aaron moves away from the top edge of the board and bring the scoreboard back, but you don't really need to see it right now anyway, so the score is not heightened.
17, losing 1 game by a point.
Every point matters. That's the game.
Yeah, I mean, last regional, Terrence missed out. 9th place with 5 MOV. This time, Adam missed out by 1 MOV.
I remember some time ago, I think a couple years ago, I missed the cut by 3 points once. That was a long time.
Yeah. It's tough.
I think that was actually back when Panic Attack was still a thing. That's what I was flying, as I recall.
Yeah. That's quite a while ago. So, we set up on the opposite side. Aaron's decided to come through.
Yeah, because it's before you reveal your dial, so it wouldn't do any better.
Zuckus. I think Zuckus is an excellent 1-point card. Let's say that.
That is reasonable.
Right. There we go.
Now the ships have moved far enough that we don't care about that so much. Neither wants to be the first one to overcommit. So. We're playing this one very conservatively. However, the nature of the board does force them to commit eventually. So the goal for them is to make sure it's not bad.
Yeah. Getting that first engagement right is crucial at the highest levels of this game.
Indeed. Chris is now sitting over here, but he switched off the mic, so...
He's just observing.
Yes. He just wants to see Twitch chat. Make fun of him, Twitch chat.
It's Calvin's job.
No, it's my job to encourage Twitch chat to make fun of him and then pile on. Alright, well. The approach is always the most important. Is another undervalued part of the game. The setup.
Yeah.
The right engagement can turn a bad matchup good, or the wrong one can turn a good matchup bad. So. These obstacles are going to partially dictate their actions.
Did we get Aaron on stream yesterday?
Not yesterday.
Okay. So
Aaron was doing well, so I deliberately avoided putting him on the stream. Also, he was flying Commonwealth Defender, so again, I avoided putting him on the stream for that reason.
Oh, good. You have marked that Vessery as the red one, because that's been annoying Chris and possibly other people. The Vessery is red and Countess is not.
Yeah, I deliberately avoided people who were doing well on the stream yesterday. Until people really wanted to see the 4-1-1. I wouldn't have done a 4-1 game, I would have done like a 3-2 game. But, well, they wanted to see 4-1, so we gave it to them.
Alright. Yeah, we tried to pick lists for the stream that had interesting things in them.
Or very unusual.
Or unusual things, like anyone who was flying a fairly standard meta list.
Right out.
Was, yeah, well, I mean, unless they got paired up against someone who had the interesting list.
Yeah. By interesting, we meant unusual. So. Yeah. Interesting was more about atypical. Like Ian ended up making the list just because it's a play style that we don't normally see, even though I wouldn't really class it as that interesting.
No. I mean,
it's extremely obnoxious, but
it's interesting in a way.
It's interesting in a way because it doesn't play the same as other lists.
It's not what I would call fun or fun to watch, but interesting, different.
Yeah. It's different. Silly, but different.
All right.
So. Looks like Aaron's going to be the first one to make a substantial movement. Grabbing some 3s and 4s. To actually get down the board a little.
Still nothing too much. And a K-time.
Buying space and distance, yeah. Buying time, rather. Sorry.
Final of a regional is not the game to misjudge and like K-turn off the table.
Yeah, that one was not going to happen, but
no, not even close there. But like,
that would be a very tragic way to end the finals.
That would.
Oops.
Yeah. Camera seems to have been good, although I
haven't had any issues with the camera, so.
Been over judging the other games. I figured Calvin could keep an eye on and judge the stream game, and I would watch everything else.
Yep.
I think it could have been a very different cut.
Yep.
If the matchups had gone differently.
That's why we play it out.
I don't think.
We have the
Paul
rules.
Against Aaron was a very good matchup for Paul, particularly. I mean, I don't think he was too concerned with it, but.
Indeed.
I feel like the defenders are going to be pretty hard to hit with those manglers.
Quite irritating.
And then Tim beat Jean-Luc.
Yep.
did not beat Chris.
Indeed.
In the YV666 Shadowcaster mirror match, Bill got the edge over Chris.
Yes, that is an excellent word to describe.
That's
It's in stream control.
There it is.
Quickly eyeball on and it'll
Yeah. I was looking for where to edit that text. We'll throw that on for now. Whee, the finals. Okay.
Yeah, Rebel versus Imperial.
Yep.
The only Rebel
Here we
is to make
come.
top 8.
Yep.
And as was pointed out to me earlier, I think there were 5 Edmonton players in the top 10.
Yep. 3 made the cut though.
3 made the cut.
2 missed by a combined total of 6 points. 0. You're not English anymore.
national prize, famous intercity rival.
I don't know if there's any other British players in the tournament. There could have been. There's a lot of players I didn't really know.
100% of the English players we know about made the top 8.
Yep.
And 100% of them lost in the top 8.
Top 6.
Just a reminder, keep the chat kid friendly because we do have kids watching this sometimes.
And that is showing up on the chat.
Yeah. So, clear it. Going to have to go back and cover that. Yeah. Going to have to go and delete that off of the YouTube version. Alright, see, that obstacle was quite relevant as it forced Vessery to take a certain angle.
Yep. And that was a Ryad target locked on to Falcon.
No, I don't believe so.
Not sure who's locked on to who. Shuttle's locked on one.
No, Riyadh has a lock on the shuttle. The shuttle has a lock on
the attack shuttle?
Ray. The shuttle has locked Ray. Riyadh has
Ray.
attack shuttle. Ray has the attack. Riyadh has the attack shuttle lock.
Okay.
Not an amazing control.
That's not very good. Set up that nice range 1 in arc.
Yep.
Attack and
We'll just deny it.
0 damage with the use of Palpatine.
Yep. Countess loses her tokens but takes no damage. Okay. Vessery gains his target lock and smacks the attack shuttle.
So
He'll make it 3.
This is the focus. 2 shields.
Yep,
Shields
that will be the
gone.
first damage of the game. Shields down on the shuttle.
Every time I have a target lock in my focus,
So, 2 shields.
Okay, so 2 shields. Aaron forgot to juke.
Yeah, gotta watch that one.
Sorry? Oh, he didn't have the evade, right. Yep. Yep. And that will take 2 shields off the shuttle. 2 shields for 2 shields on the shuttle.
Yeah.
And then 2 shields bonus from
This is at Ray.
Right.
3 hits. So 2 more shields. Down to 1 shield on Ray.
Yep. That exchange was definitely in Aaron's favor.
Yeah, that whiff from Tim on that range 1 attack from Ray. Not what he wanted.
It did at least stop Yad from juking him.
True.
But no damage is never really that great.
Actually, she's got push the limit.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I misspoke. Yeah. It's to stop. Yeah. Ah. I am losing track of lists. This is the 9th game in a row I have cast it. I am
This time we
going
gave you a night's
confused.
sleep in between.
Yeah, this time. Well, last time I still only cast 7 games.
Right, that's true.
So.
The last one ended after midnight.
Yeah. And Tim has the most vocal fans.
Oh, Twitch chat.
Yeah. Sometimes I gotta wonder, is it better or worse to have a lot of fans that are all not the sharpest tools in the shed?
Oh, if you're Donald Trump, then yeah. Might need to mark off the Falcon
just to make
make
sure
sure
we
this
get that clean
done correctly.
Yep. Should have given them the maneuver templates.
Yeah. No, they can do it. Edge to edge there.
Yep.
Right. Big surprise.
We're north of the wall. What do we care?
We're gonna build a wall and make Trump pay for it. Yeah, that's right.
I don't know. It seems like there's a lot more of the.
Donald Trump. I mean, after Billy Connolly, he's my second favorite Canadian.
I don't know. Given the types of people that would be fleeing a Trump administration, I don't think we want to build a wall. Like climate scientists? Come on.
Less politics, more like
Chinese politics. He's doing the
be rebel scum.
Yeah, terrorists, right?
We have pipelines, they would bomb them.
They do. Rebels attack Imperial supply lines all the time. It's terrible. Rebel filth. Okay. What did Vessery do? Oh, interesting.
I think there is a target lock token, a red target lock token that should be on the attack shuttle.
That target lock on the attack shuttle didn't move with it. Move the attack shuttle. The red target lock token that was on the attack shuttle?
Yeah. Just wanting to...
Yep. He's trying to leave himself a little more room for next turn.
Head to head with that attack shuttle. And we'll see what happens with Ray.
Yep.
Could be a sloop right. No.
Yep, hard turn.
On the other way. It's on the debris.
Yep. In the case of that barrel roll, he is obligated to perform the barrel roll, but he is still permitted to adjust the barrel roll as he likes.
Uses cannon to get rid of the stress from the debris cloud.
Yep. No damage.
No damage.
Unfortunately for Tim, I think that is the first maneuver execution we've seen from any of our top 8 players. That could be considered an error. He just barely clipped that debris.
Well, he doesn't really care about it because he can clear the stress and still get an action. So now he's deciding to try and boost.
Oh, debris doesn't cause you to skip perform action, which is actually relevant here.
Yes, yeah. So cannot boost.
Yep.
Because
that boost is not legal. Technically, the other boosts may be legal, but he's only obligated to attempt to perform that one.
Yes. He can't change his action.
Yep. Because Kanan pulled the stress, he's fine.
Yeah.
Well, this attack shuttle still has 5 effective health left.
Yep.
Even though it's only at 2-3 hull, it has 5 effective health.
Yeah, Chewbacca.
Yep.
So, decided to boost straight instead.
Yep. Looks like Riyadh made the wrong target choice.
Out the way. And he's gonna 2 hits.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna let it stand.
Down to 1 shield.
Yep. I actually agree with that. Preventing damage on the shuttle is the least important thing because you'd rather have 2 defenders than a defender and a shuttle trying to run down the Falcon in the endgame.
Yeah. Palpatine
to make it 3. Yep.
For looks like 2 hits and a crit. So hit crit.
Yep.
Well, he gets soloed first.
Yep.
He doesn't throw it away, he's dead.
Yep. He's gonna pitch it.
I think that was a direct hit.
What was the crit discarded? Direct?
So
Yeah. That's definitely the one you pitch for the extra effective health.
So now he has a shield and 2 hull remaining.
Yep. Looks like Riyadh's still going to get... Actually, its health value didn't change.
Yeah.
It's 3 health. Yeah.
Yeah.
Marginally. Yeah.
No, the target lock's there. It was Cox. Oh. Yeah, apparently the official ruling is any non-flat.
Okay. Yep.
He just came off playing a game, so...
Yeah.
Yep. He knows very well what the official ruling is. because Ian will be picky about it. Ooh, that is a killer. That is a killer crit on Ray. Her turns are now red. That is such a killer crit. I think I should like to note it. Damaged engine.
Do you want to move this already?
It's 100%.
It totally looks like range 2.
Sorry?
The range on the shot. Saying it looks like range 2. Primary on the shuttle.
Yep.
This point.
And those are the first points on the board.
Shields are down.
Yep. Tim is the first one to score points, earning himself a nice cushy 15 for half points of the shuttle.
I'm doing a dirty trick and measuring whether or not I'll be able to gauge our next turn.
But he's also using range. Yep. Range 2 shuttle shot, unmodified, unfortunately.
Nothing.
Yep.
Target lock is on Ray.
It is round up, though, isn't it? For half?
Round down.
Yeah. Sorry?
No, it's round up. If not, engine and
Grab the. I had 2 different people. I had people saying different things. I don't know if it's in there or is it in the FAQ? I think it's in the FAQ. Points. Well, maybe not. I don't know.
Half rounded down, yep.
Round down.
All right, one less. It's half rounded down, found it. It's in regulations.
Yep.
Yep. Now the shuttle's kind of out of the fight, but you know, it could come back, depending on what it chooses to do. Okay. So it'll go for the bank this turn.
Yeah, can't really do too much to block, but he was expecting the attack shuttle. Tim. Oh. That's not a bad choice. It kind of, I don't think it blocks. It doesn't block the barrel roll at the side, but it does. Although, yes.
I think this is a positional play.
That's Besseray in front. Keep screwing me up now. Like it's Riot. No, it's Besseray.
No, we've already marked Bessery as red, so leave it.
Elect not to barrel roll. Goes a straight.
Yep. What's he gonna do with that, though?
I guess Ryad has decided to try and come and finish off the attack shawl.
Yep. This is a really tricksy thing. Yeah, yep. He's clear.
He's got tons of room.
Yeah. That board edge is just going, no, why won't you fly off me? Come on. Well, not really, but yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Here comes Ray, unfortunately in a very awkward spot.
Yeah, that crit.
Yeah, that is a very painful crit.
It's just your turns that are red.
Yeah, it's a very painful crit.
Yeah.
Like, it makes the maneuvers rather difficult. Sorry? Yeah, but the turns become red, so.
Yeah, it just limits his dial.
Yeah, it's very painful. It doesn't kill him, but it's very, very painful to deal with.
Takes a crit on the shuttle. There's a direct hit.
Yep. Yep. Shuttle's running out, but well. Clean 3 hits.
3. That's 1 remaining. That was not the dice roll Tim wanted.
Range 2.
Ryad.
Tim handed initiative over to
Aaron, yeah, so that he would be able to react. Spends the target walk. Yeah. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Was there a crit in that roll?
Yes. Hit crit.
The crit is relevant.
Because it's the blind pilot.
The crit is relevant.
Yeah.
It immediately applies before you shoot.
Oh, okay.
So deal all the damage cards.
Okay.
And what is the crit? Not relevant? Shaken pilot? No. Not relevant. The crit is non-relevant.
That's another damage on the shuttle.
Yep, I'll edit it once the TLT sack sequence is done.
And that's another damage on the shuttle, down to 1 left. So, attack shuttle is down. Lambda is close to death.
Sabine didn't move first on that round. Riyadh did her hard turn, then Sabine moved, and then Vessery K-turned behind. I see. I see. I see. They're just not reading which defender is actually the red defender.
Yeah. Everyone's getting messed up with that.
You have successfully trolled Twitch chat, Aaron.
No, it doesn't matter.
It's working. It's all that matters.
You have successfully trolled Twitch chat, Aaron. Congratulations. You receive 1 imaginary internet point. Congratulations!
So, it's just the 1 hold on Ray, so.
Yep. Shuttle books it.
Yeah. Fleeing.
You wouldn't believe it. Oh, BuzzFeed. I hate BuzzFeed so much.
Oh yeah. Gotta have a picture that is not anything related to the article as well.
The roll.
Countess rolls. Push the limit.
You place the template. Yep. Oh, oops! I forgot to update Ray's points. She's worth half now.
Nope.
7 health.
8 hull, 5 shields. 13. Needs to be
Oh,
down to 6.
one more. Yeah. No upgrades.
Close.
Close. Okay. Well, I will be updating that soon.
Yeah.
I think.
I think we just roll nothing but blanks.
Yeah.
From here on out. Rebels hate this one simple trick.
Yeah, being shot by TIE defenders. It's a simple trick, but
It is.
it is actually that is exactly the sort of crap you would see on BuzzFeed too. It is that simple trick. Yeah, they were shot by defenders.
Well, here comes Finn for 3.
Who's that on?
This is the shields.
Nope. The shields still aren't down. Well, at least there's no target locks. That Aaron needs to.
The shuttle has a lock on there. Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, the shuttle did have a target lock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Right. We'll just spend the focus and leave it.
Sorry, one of those, were they both blanks when you put it down? Or was one a natural?
One was a natural.
Okay, so
Yep.
I juked a natural.
You have to let him have his attack or modify defense dice step. So.
Just one. Oh, yeah, 2. Range 1.
There's that half points.
How continue to regret?
It's the same one.
Same damage engine. Extra damaged.
So turns on red, like burgundy.
Down to 1 remaining.
He has 1 hull now, right?
1 hull remaining. 2 hull left?
Oh, how many damage cards are there? 6? 6? Yep.
Oh
2
yeah,
hull.
yeah, sorry. You start with 8.
Yep. Damaged engine X2.
12 hull. Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Sorry? Oh, jeez. Somehow I didn't hit backspace, I guess. Jeez.
That would be amazing.
The turns are really red.
Turns are really, really red right now.
Yeah, sure. Turns are very red. The shuttle continues to bucket. No, the maneuver.
The shuttle is more than its job, but it's
Yeah.
something got 9 damage.
Yeah.
This is dream time for the shuttle.
Yeah. He was trying to get Pulp out of the way. And he
Yeah.
One.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think he had 1 TLT shot that didn't do a damage.
Yep. He's this close. This close.
Yeah.
He had a TLT whiff, as I recall. Sorry?
You've got to walk the line with Pulp.
Yeah.
Is
No, nope, doesn't.
not going to complete.
Like he cares that much. Like he cares.
Well,
Like it'll slow it down, but there's only 2 hull on Ray. So. There's a 3.
I know what's going to happen.
Is he gonna flip and fight the defenders, or?
He's going after that shuttle.
Trying to master the whole rolling on chair.
Oh wait, he can't flip because he's currently stressed. I'd forgotten.
He's chasing the shuttle. He needs to kill Pal. He can boost.
Yeah. Defenders do have a 1 hard turn. The defenders actually have every non-flip maneuver on their dial, I think, except for 1 straight. Here's the attempt to kill the shuttle. Yikes.
Ouch.
That's not helping.
Well, there you go.
3. That'll do it.
That'll do it.
Yep.
Oh, you had a target lock on there too.
Yep. Oh, right.
Yeah, I think we can.
Well, it wasn't important, so did not need it. Now Tim gets 15 points.
So, no shot back.
Yep. One defender pointing the wrong way.
That's as good as Tim could have hoped for that turn.
Yeah.
No shots on him and
Yeah.
killed the shot.
He got out of a situation about this bad last game, but this time he's facing defenders, not Bosk. Bosk, who can outmaneuver. Defenders, not so much.
What about if you fire into lesser and block the
Yeah.
Yeah, might have done it.
I should have gone for a block if that's right.
I don't know that.
Yep, that's what we're all saying.
Yeah.
Aaron has realized that possibility. One turn too late. But, well, it may not prove to be necessary.
Well, Tim's giving himself as good a chance as he can.
Yeah. Again, he's very far behind, but dealing with a pair of defenders against is very different.
right at the grey one because the one flip wouldn't have helped because it wouldn't have fitted.
You know, at this
That's
point,
red.
like, I'll just add gray here, and it's like, you know what, if you don't read, you have no one to blame but yourself. Like, it has said Bessery's the red one the entire time. I've just added the gray one to make it extra clear.
Yep.
Now what I would do is just I actually would have flipped Riyadh and then sent the defenders off to come back together.
I think that's kind of what he's looking at now. Because yeah.
Well, it's only got to wait for an hour and 15 minutes.
Only the length of a normal game. And flip for deal.
He's going to take the flip.
And a boost. Pretty much what I predicted. So now Riyadh is going to take a shot, which could hurt.
Yep. If you can get a defender on either side, then that's going to be very hard for Red.
Ouch.
Take the shield.
Oh. Well, there you go.
Great shot.
Dice of both players are...
Great shot, better dodge.
Yeah. I think the,
I
the
agree
barrel
with
roll
Chris
from
on this one.
Bessery last turn is actually not ideal.
Yeah. All right.
We shall see. Piles are down. Is a 5K.
We grab a focus
Pull
and
the barrel.
You've been saying this so much.
And stress. And what's best reading? 5. Really does limit raise options.
okay, that will hit the debris.
Takes the stress, gets the evade.
He's cool.
And no damage. Now we see.
Uh-oh. That's exactly not where he wants to be at all.
Yeah.
He's got a flip.
Yeah. 'Cause if he can survive this turn of attacks, then he's got to be facing that direction. No. So, it does not look promising for Ray.
Yep.
It's gotta be. Right, it's the damage one.
So for glory. That will not kill her, unfortunately. That will not even hurt her, unfortunately.
Wow. Well, green dice done the job.
Well, you never know. Target lock focused juke might not kill Ray. And it is over.
That is that. So I think Aaron controlled the early part of the game better. Yeah, when he managed to strip the 2 shields in that first turn, and then was able to get the turn where he got shuttle and Vessery directly in front of the attack shuttle.
Yep.
I wasn't planning on it. It was just
So,
yeah, I'll throw it back to the desk here. As I've been saying the entire time, play the meta. Sometimes it turns out it works. Last regionals was Crack Swarm. Don't get much more meta than that at that time period. And right now, Commonwealth Defenders. Rogue lists are great. They're innovative. They showcase your understanding of the game. But sometimes, you know, the meta list will just kill people. And that's all we can really ask for.
I mean, I think
the meta is the meta for a reason.
That game ended. It could have ended differently if the Palp Mobile had taken that 1 extra.
Yeah, that 1
on
TLT that
like
it
a
whiffed,
turn earlier or whatever. And then, you know, it's still tough to kill the defenders, but without Palp.
Yeah, without Pulp, he could have stretched it out a little longer.
Yeah. But I guess Ray had taken a bunch of damage early as well. So then, when it came to that end game of 2 almost undamaged defenders against an almost half Ray, it's pretty difficult.
All right. Well, if we want to do an interview, let's see if we can get them over here. Aaron,
we
Tim,
will
interview.
Get the 2 guys in. Turned on.
Both on.
Both on.
I still wish I remembered you.
Unmissable.
Right. Well, first off, congratulations, Aaron.
Thank you very much.
You get a shiny trophy.
I do.
Congrats.
Thank you for casting.
No problem. Well fought.
Thanks.
Unfortunately, just couldn't quite get it done.
Yeah, no, that was helpful.
Very
That was
close,
a
though.
good plan.
Yeah, that.
Defenders were just a little too much.
As soon as Ray turned around on that the first turn of combat, I was like, I'm not gonna get shots on her like for the rest of the game, am I? And then I just barely kept Riot enough. I was gonna bring in Vessery to end the shuttle just to fight Sabine, and then figured I'd probably be able to mitigate enough damage to just follow Ray around. But so I broke my rule of focus firing stuff, but it worked out.
Yeah, it worked out.
He ended up hanging the attack shuttle somewhere that was actually quite easy to kill.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, and so again, I was going to focus entirely on Ray until Sabine was dead, and I saw an opportunity and took it. So, worked out.
And that's a mark of a good player, actually. Sometimes you have a plan going in, but you recognize when you need to abandon it. Yeah.
Yeah, I put Sabine in a corner, and that was a poor choice.
Yeah,
I think it was all downhill from there.
So when because you boosted you boosted that way and then did a 2 straight, and then the next turn I engaged you. Was that just to get away from Riot?
When I boosted and then...
Because before you revealed your 2 straight, I had Riot here, you were coming in this way.
Yeah.
And I had moved Riot, you boosted this way and then you did 2 straight. Was that just to try and stay away from Riot?
I was trying to get some, just one shot on one person and not get shot by anyone else.
Alright. Yeah, because I was, as soon as you did that, I was like, there's not really many places for you to go now.
Yeah,
so
that was...
as good of those as those 2 are at arc dodging.
Yeah, I shouldn't have put her in a corner.
Yeah.
Still well fought. And sorry. All right. Sorry. Chris is attempting to clean up. Got everything else hanged up.
So unprofessional.
I want to go home. I don't care about you winning.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's a terrible person.
I've already lost. Okay.
You have your neon orange safety. Oh no, you weren't.
Oh, he wasn't.
Thanks, Oren.
I'm sorry, Chris.
I didn't get
terrible person.
And I'm even more of a jerk.
So tell people about your running with Ray Bessery because.
So I swapped. Yeah, so I'm also again a jerk, and I swapped the colors on Vessery and Rad. It never actually made a difference for what anyone did during the game, but it confused other people and me consistently.
It confused Twitch chat repeatedly, despite the fact that I even called out Vessery as the red one. I halfway through the game, I added gray to count as something that might actually have twice as much of a chance to ignore it as they would.
So it worked out because I played Patrick, who's also running Riot Vessery, but he had the right way around, so we didn't have to put numbers on anything. So
yeah, there you go.
It made the small differences throughout the day.
Twitch chat has a question for you, Aaron. Do you have an actual answer for them?
No, I do not.
What was the question?
How much do I bench?
Do you even lift?
I've been known to lift on occasion, but never the bench.
It is over. Aaron here is our winner.
Yeah, somehow. Mostly net listing, I guess.
What works, man.
Yeah.
This is my attitude here.
Yeah. Again.
But you know this.
Calvin, how many Commonwealth defenders were there?
1.
One.
Well,
Nice.
That's a talking point for you right there.
I still think Paratani, if it showed up, would have beat me for sure. But
as noted, one of the absolute hardcore medalists showed up.
Yeah.
And here is the pilot, and he's got the trophy. So what's that say?
It's a shameful trophy.
How many characters did you run into, Aaron? Did you run into any boss scout twists or anything like that?
I got lucky. I did run up against an Asajj, but it wasn't paired with boss. It was paired with Manaru and I forget the third ship, but that one did not as Ventress did not do nearly as much as I expected to. I purposely didn't stress Ryad because I don't want to get double stressed with this defender for sure.
I'll use your templates later.
Here, Chris, pass me Aaron's tray. They want us to check the dice.
There are 4 attack dice in there, so.
I think he stole some of my paints and put it on your dice.
Every day for a year straight, I just took a lighter for 1 second underneath it to melt the plastic slightly, and it just dropped progressively.
Yeah, I don't know. Like last week, your dice didn't seem that.
Yeah. They're from the same bag, so.
Yeah.
Put them in water.
Are we gonna do each one individually? Test like all the angles, get all the weights on each side. Yeah. Calvin, crit crit, focus, focus, blank. Focus.
It's a lot of paint.
Blank, blank, focus, hit. Okay.
Been about average so far.
Twitch chat is not a fan of you. They have picked their favorite, and their favorite tasted defeat.
Well, I am a giant douchebag. So. I assume everything that you're saying about me is true, so.
Yeah, you can't.
Your word is law. I've acknowledged.
Aaron vapes and wears fedoras.
I guess so.
Nice.
All
right. Well.
Any other? So what were the other highlights in the stream from yesterday?
Well, there was a silly moment where Jerry's tie bomber ate hit, crit, and both crits were direct, and he just got one shot.
I heard about that. That was to kill a Fen.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was his named bomber, Tomax Brand.
Yep.
He had Crack Shot, Ice Heart, and Rebel Captive on it.
Yep.
Poe just rolls up, goes hit, crit. He rolls nothing on defense, despite having lightweight frame.
And 2 direct hits.
2 directs. Just
That's
dies.
brutal.
Like, wow. That was...
How many bombers did he have in that list?
4.
He was running
4?
all bombers.
All shuttles.
That's brave.
He ended up 2 and 4, unfortunately, but still, it was one of the best lists of the tournament, in my opinion.
He had lightweight frame on
only
Tomax. I'm still not sure how to feel about that on bombers, but I think it's going to make SFs worth it. I've been trying to make SFs.
Well, if you're trying to do something gimmicky with Tomax Brand, I feel like it's worth it to try and keep him alive.
Yeah, might as well, because the rest of them are just generics, right?
Yeah. Scimitars with systems officer and tacticians. I like it, just because it's hilarious.
Almost 4 of the same thing.
Yeah. Well, it's also 4 tie bombers with no ordnance.
Yes, that is also true.
It's pretty awesome.
It's pretty hilarious.
Well, I think that's going to be doing it for our stream today. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. Again, congratulations to our winner.
Thank you so much.
And congratulations and consolations.
Thanks.
To second.
Yep.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for watching, and good night.